Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuniki fe la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
The reforms are there, and we will continue to institutionalize them in such a way and manner that anybody that has the privilege of God and the people of Edo State to become the next governor of Edo State cannot just like a political Simkin the Swagger, cannot just like a political Mais Gloriosos, cannot just like a political Burakio, capriciously set aside the reforms and engage in a suo moto political peregrination.
Okay now. To pese between my pen. I see. I see what I want to do when you forget me. Okay. Papa you look at film. And the Kiriya. Mama say na wa me to go kwa. Aga na wa mu jelumba. O we butike. Aga ni lu de butilo wane mo. Ata me wanke ya di kwa ya jomba.
Self. The way things are going right now, I think it's time for us to
release all the powers.
Yeah. I think we should first of all give them a hint of Abido Sheka.
Okay.
The country now right now. I think it's time to shaking things up. What do you think about Abido Sheka?
It's a spiritual. Know that we're no more collecting rights from transformer. We're taking light directed from high tension. 2024, watch out. And I will let you know and declare you what we're going to use to end all this mess. I'm a warlord.
Hi.
I'm a Ndaboski.
Hi.
Baose.
Epidemic.
Pandemic.
Hey.
Pandemonium.
Hey.
Catastrophe.
Hey.
Cataclysm.
Hey.
Ufonia.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new...
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let me mic test first. Ekene, can you hear my voice? Ekene?
Yeah, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Oh, all right, stay there, stay there. I just want to make sure my mic is working. Oh, all right, stay there. So thank you, Ekene, for that. And good day to you. Good day to everybody. And how are you? Pardon me. Good day to you. Good day to everybody. And how are you? What better way? What better way to start the session than the glorious manner that Ayo and Bosun have set it up? So this is the example of what we anticipate to come. So you can see Ayo right there doing as Ayo does, and Bosun also telling us that he's arrived on the session. So well done, chaps. Everybody join them still. So we anticipate 5 super chats. So even though Ayo has done a series, that still counts as 1 because it's come from 1 person. So we're 2 in now, so with 3 to go. So I'll keep the super chats coming up. But good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a wonderfully productive week. Hope your week has been fruitful and filled with abundance and the glories of whatever it is. Whatever I'm thinking, I can't find the articulation for. I wish all that. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. So do all the funky stuff, all that funky jars. But good news still, you can see in the comment section, Dupsi's session is back. And she's coming with a bang. So Dupsi's session is back. Pardon me, Dupsi's session is back. And she's coming with a bang. So, of course, it's on Sunday. Dupsi comes in only on Sundays, and she's coming in with this headline. So I've sent the link to the comment section. Make sure you go bookmark it. Reject poor men. They are going to be your downfall. Nigerian lady advises women. So that's the topic that Dupsy will be leading with. And you know Dupsy, of course, her inimitable style, she'll bring it to bear on that space. Reject poor men, they are going to be your downfall. Nigerian lady advises women. This sadly seems to be the currency of the times that we live in now. There's one thing they call surulere in Yoruba language, that patience has its own virtue. And then and there's another thing that they call Olorun Shogo, which is instant glory. So back in the day, it used to be surulere, where you build yourself up with the man. But now it is Olorun Shogo, where you just want the abundance ready and immediate just as soon as you meet the guy. So all that space to be explored by Dupsy on Sunday. Reject poor men, they are going to be your downfall. Nigerian lady advises women. So what side will Dupsy weigh in that argument? I wonder. But then, of course, we find out on Sunday. So bookmark that. I've sent the link to the comment section. Dupsy back with a bang. So Dupsy back with a bang, and I'm not here with a whimper either. So full throttle on. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Join Ayo and Bosun in the super charts, the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen. So all that funky stuff. So it's going to be a potpourri, a mix of all sorts this particular session, because the news cycle is not as given as it used to. You know, after the elections ran out, we scramble for things to talk about. It's either the performance of the government, the push of the opposition, or the general philosophical thrust of the Nigerian state. So those are just the spaces now. The vast goals of politics is long gone, but we still have to hang out as friends. So that's what we're doing now. Hanging out as friends, but we're hanging out to good news in this instance. So we kick it off with this headline. Lagos contributes 41 trillion to GDP. So we always knew that Lagos is by far a clear distance. I mean, we always knew that Lagos was by far and a clear distance the most productive, wealthiest state within the Nigerian state, certainly in Africa even. But is it going to, as a single state, be wealthier than every other existing African country bar its own country? Lagos contributes 41 trillion to GDP. So now let's find out now this chest beating by Sanwo Olu. Lagos State contributes 41 trillion, 20% to the country's gross domestic product GDP. Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Ope George, has said. According to him, despite many challenges such as COVID and NSAS protest, the state has devised strategies to keep its economy afloat and boost investor confidence. He said the state would continue to move based on world economic realities. So that seems to be the magic silver bullet right there, because Lagos has the uniqueness, and it may well be to do with the fact that it's an abundantly rich state. But Lagos has the privilege of having to be able to move with the signs of the times. So you see they are building an arena in Lagos that is to mirror and mimic the function of the O2 Arena in London. It's only really because they have the funds to do that. And of course, they have the bigness of ambition to do that as well. And it is those sort of things that will continue to propel it in its trajectory towards wealth, or greater wealth, even it's already wealthy. So those are the sort of spaces they're speaking to. Let's take it from the top again. Lagos State contributes 41 trillion, 20% to the country's gross domestic product, GDP. Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Ope George, has said. According to him, despite many challenges such as COVID-19 and NSAS protest, the state has devised strategies to keep its economy afloat and boost investor confidence. He said the state would continue to move based on world economic realities. He said, you hear sometimes when they say Lagos is one of the largest economies in Africa, and truly it is not static. We will continue to move based on what is going on in the world. As we speak, I believe we are currently ranked 7th in terms of GDP in Nigeria. So I think that's a mistype right there. So they're not ranked 7th in terms of GDP in Nigeria. They're ranked number 1. I think it meant in Africa. We contribute at least 20% of Nigeria's GDP. So I wonder how much the the South space as individual states. I wonder how much they contribute in terms of I suspect that maybe they contribute more. I'm not quite sure. We're moving in the right direction, and I think our GDP has moved from 27 to 41 trillion. So that GDP then moving from 27 to 41 trillion is what inspired the headline. We are moving in the right direction, and I think our GDP has moved from about 27 to 41 trillion. Everything shows that our indices are climbing in the right direction, despite all the shocks and problems we witnessed in the past. So that is Lagos State then moving very, very aggressively. I want economic, because if we are projecting a 1 trillion economy, then there's no reason why Lagos State, just as an individual state, should not surpass the economy of South Africa or Egypt. So we look forward to that in bated anticipation. We now have better understanding of our insecurity in our states after US trip. So these are northern governors going on a junket. So they've gone to find the solution to Boko Haram in the United States. I wonder, maybe they should just stop using them as political thugs. Just a couple of paragraphs on this. I think the headline will tell us most of what we need to know. The governor of Katsina State, Diko Rada, has said that he and his counterparts from 9 northern states now have a better perception of the security challenges in the region following their recent trip to the United States. Correspondents reported 2 weeks ago that Malam Umar Namadi, the governor of Jigawa State, and 9 other governors from northern Nigeria departed for the United States to participate in a peace summit organized by the United States Institute of Peace. The summit commenced on Tuesday, April the 23rd, and offered a platform for governors from Jigawa, all the northern states essentially, to share their perspectives on the most critical issues affecting their states and the wider region. So they needed to go to the United States. They live about no more than a 4 hours drive from each other, but they needed to go all the way to the United States to share perspectives on critical issues and whatnot. The U.S. trip, however, has been criticized by citizens. Defending himself and his colleagues, Governor Rada of Katsina State said the trip has helped them to find lasting solution to the insecurity ravaging the region. So we should then we should see the immediate impact of that then if they found the solution. So over the next couple of months then we need to see a real reversal in insecurity in that space. 10 governors were in the United States, Washington, D.C., and we had a symposium with the United States Institute of Peace so that we can bring about ideas that will end insecurity that is worrying our people and is a major problem to the subnationals, and they carefully chose the governors of the places affected by banditries and kidnappings. Rada said on Friday. He added, all of us sat for 3 days and we were able to cross-fertilize ideas and interact with all stakeholders that are involved in bringing about lasting peace and security globally, the governor said. Also, it sounds like a junket to me, actually. They just went on a jolly. That's essentially what it is. So they went on a jolly. That's essentially what it is. Continue reading that. So they went on a junket. Federal government unbundles TCN, hands national grid to new companies. Then with darkness within the Nigerian space, a fresh order by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission will, in the next 30 days, create the Nigerian Independent System Operators of Nigeria Limited, leading to a split of the Transmission Commission of Nigeria. So it's just more bureaucracy on top. Just fix the damn thing, switch on the damn light, forget all this, from NEPA to disco, from disco to breakdancing, from this, that to the other, and we continue to perpetuate in darkness. So enough of the nonsense. Just switch on the damn light. A fresh order by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission will, in the next 30 days, create the Nigerian Independent System Operators of Nigeria Limited, leading to a split of the Transmission Commission of Nigeria. The order marked NERC whatever, dated 30th April and signed by the chairman CEO NERC Sanusi Gaba and vice chairman Musiliu Oseni, respectively, stated that within 30 days, the TCN shall conclude the identification and mapping of the assets and liabilities for the system/market operation portion of its business and forward same to the Commission and the Bureau of Public Enterprises no later than 30th June 2024. So they are unbundling and replugging and whatever it is, but just switch on the damn light. That's just enough is enough. We spent 10 times as much as Dubai spent to get electricity, and we still continue to perpetrate in darkness. Enough is enough. Just switch on the damn light. Switch on the damn light. Switch on the damn light. Governors disagree with federal government over new minimum wage. Yes, it's a matter of affordability, isn't it? Especially those states, like all those, a lot of those northern states, we have to say, and a lot in the southwest too, that are almost wholly, if not solely, dependent on FEC allocations. How can they possibly afford a minimum wage? It's just a matter of salaries owing. That's just the narrative we'll be hearing. Governors under the aegis of the Nigerian Governors Forum have disagreed with the federal government over the new minimum wage for workers. Recall that the federal government recently approved an increase of 25 to 35% in salary increase for civil servants across the consolidated salary structures. In a statement on Tuesday, the head of press of the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, Emmanuel Njoku, said the increase takes effect from January 1st, 2024. Njoku added that the government has also approved increases in pension of between 20 to 28% for pensioners on the defined benefit scheme with effect from the 1st of January 2024. So it looks as though a lot of people will be getting a lot of windfalls within the Nigerian space. Meanwhile, the organized labor, however, I'm just skipping the labor bit because we did that yesterday, their ludicrous counteroffer. However, in a communique issued at the end of their meeting on Wednesday in Abuja, the governor said they are reviewing their fiscal space to arrive at an improved minimum wage that is sustainable. They said that the 37 members tripartite committee inaugurated on the national minimum wage is still making consultations and is yet to conclude its work. So the thought by fiat, the national space will be binding, but it looks as though somewhat a pushback because they have to give up some of the monies that they are looting, essentially, is what that means. In the communique side by the chairman of the forum and governor of Kwara State, Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, the governors also commended Nigerian workers for their dedication to service and patience in the face of many challenges. The governors said they remain committed to the process and promise that better wages will be the invariable outcome of ongoing negotiations, the communique reads. The forum celebrates with workers across the country for their dedication to service and patience as we work with the federal government, labor, organized private sector, and relevant stakeholders in arriving at an implementable national minimum wage. I'm not quite sure that you would have wanted them to have concluded whatever it is they needed to conclude, so that they could just announce it on Labor Day. But these people, they will never give it up because the need to steal is so vast. The need to steal is so vast within that space. Let's see. Hold on. Yes, the need to steal is so vast within that space. All right, I'll give you the next three just as headlines, and then maybe in the course of conversation we'll get deeper into it. Tinubu moves to grow Nigeria's economy through gas. So the oil, of course, has been entirely stolen by the Buhari administration, but thankfully, gas and lithium now opening up for Nigeria as a possibility. Tinubu moves to grow Nigeria's economy through gas. So this is where they will do their looting. President Bola Tinubu will soon inaugurate 3 critical gas infrastructure projects being undertaken by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and partners in Delta and Imo State, in line with his commitment to significantly leverage gas to grow Nigeria's economy. The projects, 2 in Imo, 1 in Delta, according to a release on Friday by presidential, the projects, 2 in, according to a release issued on Friday by presidential spokesperson Ajuri. Let me do that again. The projects, 2 in Imo, 1 in Delta, according to a release issued on Friday by presidential spokesperson Ajuri Ngalale, support the federal government's efforts to grow value from the nation's gas assets whilst eliminating gas flaring. So we've been flaring that gas for so long. It's such a travesty, just the waste of it. Still in that gas space, Oyo State moves quickly. Shell signs $100 million agreement with Oyo State to build gas distribution network across the state. So I think Nigeria is actually moving towards a gas economy. They're converting vehicles even for gas use. Federal government adds 625 megawatts to national grid. If only the federal government has added 600. Is that megabyte is smaller than gigabyte, isn't it? So I think that's tertiary. That sounds like tertiary, isn't it? The federal government has added 625 megawatts of power to the national grid, increasing the grid's wheeling capacity to 4,800 megawatts. So this guy under real pressure, the power minister Adebayo Adelabu, disclosed this at the inauguration of the let's just see that you see a lot of the good news in Nigeria is always on paper. Let us see it in the lived experience of Nigerians. So never mind on the headline sheets and whatnot. Let me take you to let me take you. Oh, I don't want to do a Peter Obi storyline today, but we have a little Peter Obi something. Let's just abandon Peter Obi for today. It always goes sideways anytime we mention him. Let's go to this one instead. Nigerians spending power rose in recent times. This is Ajuri in Galale trying to play is it a snake oil salesman, or is that the term snake oil salesman? President Bola Tinubu special advisor on media and publicity Ajuri Ngalale said Nigerians have experienced a significant increase in their spending power in the past months. So that significant increase in their spending power is not necessarily that they are making more money, but the money that they do have has more value. That is essentially what that tells you. Oh, all right. President Bola Tinubu special advisor on media and publicity during Galale said Nigerians have experienced a significant increase in their spending power in the past months. During an interview on TVC, he disclosed, so that is an home-based interview because TVC, of course, owned by Tinubu. During an interview on TVC, he discussed the performance of the Nigerian naira in relation to the American dollar. When asked about the skepticism expressed by some Nigerians who would say they are yet to see the gains for the pains they have endured due to the reforms carried out by the president, Ngalale said, I think that is something that could have been said perhaps 2 months ago. I think that is less the case now when you consider the fact that Nigerians have borne witness that the spending power of Nigerians has significantly increased over the course of the last month plus, given the reforms that have been put in place by this administration, even within the Central Bank of Nigeria. Nigerians are recognizing that there is a level of stability. So that level of stability is essentially that we are not having the skittish nature that we were having with the dollars quite a few months ago. So there's somewhat of an element of predictability. If we lose 100 naira there, gain 100 naira back, but within that 100, 150 margin is where it is fluctuating, is where it's ebbing and flowing. Nigerians are recognizing that there is a level of stability, not just strength. Nigerians are recognizing that there is a level of stability, not just strength. It is one thing to bring strength to the currency, and it is another thing entirely to bring stability to the currency. To not have it fluctuating so dramatically up and down obviously enables Nigerians to effectively plan. So, and that is a point well made. Whether you agree that, it should go back to, was it 2 Nigeria that came here the other day that it should go back to 400? It didn't even know how they were sustaining it on Buhari or whatever. Predictability is more what people want. They want a strengthened naira, of course, but predictability is really what they would like to see as an immediate achievement. The resurfacing of the video interview on social media on Friday has sparked outrage amongst Nigerians who lamented that the current economic hardship starkly contradict the statements made in the interview. This comes at a time when the Nigerian economy is grappling with significant challenges, plunging millions of citizens into severe economic hardship. In recent times, the country has been facing prolonged inflation, causing prices of essential goods and services to soar to levels unaffordable by many. So I've always found this phraseology a bit of a misnomer. There's somewhat of the embedded contradiction in that statement. It says, in recent times, the country has been facing prolonged inflation, causing prices of essential goods and services to soar to levels unaffordable by many. It is a practical impossibility for prices to soar beyond the affordability of many. Because then what happens to the stock? If the people cannot afford it, then what happens to the stock? So they can, of course, afford it, but at pains, they are affording it. So everything remains within affordability. If you are able to expend the money to procure the good, then you can afford it. The situation has been further compounded by the recent increase in fuel prices and the devaluation of the naira, resulting in a drastic reduction in the purchasing power of Nigerians. So you see, it's a nuance that Ajuri is putting across. What he's saying is that given all of the changes and the spikes that those changes incurred, now we're seeing a situation where things are plateauing, and what people could not afford 6 months ago, there's an element of affordability to it now, but more to the point, there's an element of predictability to it. And I think that is a valid point. I think that is a valid point. I think he has a point there. Okay, let me take you to one final readout, and then I'll play you a short little video clip, and then and by the way, that bounce that Ajuri is talking about is being acknowledged globally. So this is from Bloomberg UK. Nigeria's debt rating outlook. Nigeria's debt rating outlook to yes, essentially we've gone up a grade in the ratings. I'm not quite sure how this headline was written. Nigeria's debt rating outlook to positive by Fitch amidst reforms. So somewhat of an end. Oh God, is it behind the paywall? It is behind the paywall. All right, let's see what we can glean from there. Nigeria's credit rating outlook was lifted by Fitch Ratings to positive from stable 6 months after it said that reform process. I'm reading it in this way because, as you can see, it's a grayed out sort of thing, because of course they expect you to pay to read it. So I'll only read the bits that I can read. Nigeria's credit rating outlook was lifted by Fitch Ratings to positive from stable 6 months after it said that reform progress since President Bola Tinubu came to power in May of last year was faster than anticipated. The positive outlook partly reflects reforms over the last year to support the restoration of macroeconomic stability and enhance policy coherence and credibility, Fitch said in a statement, and then I can't read the rest. But I think you get the general thrust of where that is. So I think you get the general thrust of where that is. So now, this next bit, this might take a bit of a moment, but this is the narrative of this now. Is this the narrative of this now Commissioner of Police Anambra State, a Yoruba man, by the way, who recently retired and then told us that he's a multi-billionaire. So this seems to have upset the nation somewhat. And then it was dragged into the studio by Arise TV, and the battle ensued. So let's watch a bit of this. And then we'll kick it on. So plenty of room in the studio. Anybody wants to hop on, like a bunny, hop.
And 10 months of leading the State Police Command.
I must recognize the grace and mercy of Almighty God, who spared my life to see this day. I want to thank Nigeria and the Nigeria Police Force for giving me the opportunity to serve. I thank Nigeria not just for this opportunity, but because Nigeria invested in me. I have been privileged in the course of my career to receive training at home and abroad.
Aderemi Adeoyo is a dynamic man. He's an intelligent man. He's a proactive man. I remember when we had challenges in my station, NT Oka, he was there pronto to deliver with his men to come and support us. He's really dynamic, and we're
Sorry, I was speaking, forgetting I was muted. I was saying, for all of the division that we've claimed that we have in the country, the CP, the Commissioner of Police for Anambra State, is a Yoruba man who has served that state for many years. So he comes to retirement now, and this is the feedback of the indigents of that state. So maybe those divisions is more online than in real life. Ringing endorsement.
We're going to miss him greatly.
The man is a colossus. He's awesome. He's down to earth, affable, committed.
He's a wonderful man, a gallant and very straightforward person. He never misses our meeting. And security and integrity as his second name. He's a true representation of police. He's your friend. He's dedicated to women empowerment.
Duty in Anambra has been very, very commendable. I commend his work, his doggedness, his zero tolerance for crime and criminality.
A man of truth, a dedicated cop, and his actions while in Anambra State is worthy of emulation.
He's a very refined gentleman. He displayed what I would call a very high level of, ethical practice in security.
Adeoye was appointed police commissioner in Anambra by the Police Service Commission on June 30, 2023, succeeding Echeng, who was promoted to Assistant Inspector General of Police and redeployed to Zone 9, Umuahia in Abia State.
All right. As well as wanting to bring you the story, I especially want to bring you to his. I want you to see his interaction with Rufai Oseni, which somewhat mirrors Rufai Oseni's interaction with Reno Omokri as well. It will give you laughs. So we'll play it up to the point that he interacts with Rufai Oseni, and then we miss, and then we'll stop it there.
However, Adeoye admitted during his ceremonial pullout parade from the Nigeria Police Force in Oka, that his net worth is now 20 billion naira. And he has set his eyes on displacing Alhaji Aliko Dangote as the richest man in Africa within the next 10 years. According to Adeoye, and I quote him, in 2018, I founded an investment club, Alpha Trust Investment Club Limited. We started it with a modest sum of 54 million naira. But today, we have investments worth over 20 billion naira. That would be my full-time business from Wednesday, May 1. We have been investing, and now we want to go into full-time business. And we will, in the next 10 years, give Dangote a run for his money. End of quote. Aderemi Adeoye joins us now on the show from Oka. Good morning, CP Aderemi Adeoye, and thank you for joining us on the morning show.
Good morning, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity of a reply.
Well, I mean, no, it's not a right of reply. I'm sure the right of reply will come later from persons who have been criticizing you. But here, you are here to just tell us your story. Now, congratulations on the completion of 35 years in service. But the big story is that you, a civil servant, after 35 years, you now say you are a billionaire. You announced it yourself. And you said, in fact,
I'm sure there are, it will give justifiable reasons, but the optics never looks good. A Nigerian policeman, a civil servant who claims then on retirement that is now 20 billion naira he attributes to his wealth. So all the same thoughts that is going through your mind is the thought, wait till you carry, open your boot, selling guns to armed robbers and whatnot.
In fact, you are going to exceed Aliko Dangote's record, the richest man in Africa. And people have been wondering that a man in whom Nigeria has invested so much, you have received training in Ghana, in England, in Israel, in California, and you have served at the UN. You rose to become commissioner of police. People have praised you in terms of your talent. But there is something called civil service rules. You, as a serving officer, you use your position to set up a company, to become a billionaire by your own admission. Okay, what does that say about your commitment to your work as a civil servant, as a policeman? And what do you think your example represents for other policemen? If you are leaving service and you are announcing that you are a billionaire, every other man from constable
all right.
will say they would like to be a billionaire.
All right. I'll just fast forward it to the Rufai Osene bit. That's just it's a 40-minute video, and I'm not quite sure you guys want to endure the whole of the 40 minutes. So let me just fast forward it to the Rufai Osene interaction, and then we'll have a look at that, and then yeah, I think it starts from here.
When we started in 2018, Nigerian, irrespective of where he is domiciled in the world. Number two, he must have a visible means of livelihood, which we verify. Usually, we demand to see workplace identity card. And we go further to verify if indeed these documents are genuine. We do background checks. We insist that any member we are to admit must not have a criminal record or a pending criminal matter at any police formation in Nigeria. Those who have pending matters with EFCC are excluded. Majority of our members are Nigerian professionals all over the world. So anyone to be admitted, once he meets this criteria, he has a visible means of livelihood, he is now free to indicate how many units of our shares he or she wishes to buy, subject to a minimum of 50,000 units.
Sir.
When we started in 2018, a unit was ₦1.
CP, I would like to come in here.
Yes.
Because there are a lot of questions I need to ask. Real quickly, number one, I find it very strange that a company that collects a lot of money from people don't have a resident address. That's very strange. You cannot tell me on God's earth that a company that collects money from people, that fax checks people, that does background check on people, does not have a resident address. And you're saying that boldly on television. Secondly, I would like to see your books. Can you present and submit to us your audited accounts, the accounts of everybody that paid in money, and how these monies were used in various estate schemes, and how this money were deployed and paid to these developers you claim? Also, how monies were deployed for your cryptocurrency schemes and other schemes. We'd like to see the audited accounts. I mean, we've seen all the accolades you got, but we'd like to see the audited accounts. Do you have it? And if you...
You know, the arrogance of this little oik called Rufai Oseni, this jumped up little upstart, is arrogance. Even though I know it's arrogance, the arrogance of him, it never fails to confound me. He would like to see the audited books of a private company that is not under investigation for any untowardness, their registered address and whatnot. Well done, Mr. CIA.
If you maybe subsequent thing, you can just send it to us and we'll put in the public space, your audited accounts. All your audited accounts. And secondly, how much is your business worth today? How much is your business worth today? And who brought about that valuation? CP, I'm not jumping the gun, I'm just asking a question.
Excuse me. Yeah, let me say that everything you have said is the script of the renegade members we expelled.
I'm asking
They are feeding you with questions and you are passing it on to me. I am willing to answer them. I will answer them one.
Anybody that calls this Rufai Oseni a journalist should be shot. It's just some uncouth element just there as a bait because he riles up people, and that seems to and it's counterintuitive by this news organization, by the way, because it's not cutting or incisive, it's not penetrating with killer questions. It just riles the guest up. That's all it does. He'll wind them up. He just insult them, try to diminish them, undermine them, not allow them to talk, badger and bully them just because he controls a microphone. So that is nothing at all like journalism. And why quite Reuben Abati has not brought this boy up short? That's the blame actually goes to Reuben Abati, because nobody has any expectation of Rufai Oseni. It's just a short little gimp, but it's just unbelievable. But what he does to this guy, and see how the guy claps back.
One by one. But I just want you to know that I know the source of the questions you are putting forward. I have no objection against them. I will answer them. Now, first and foremost, you ask whether it is not curious that you don't have a residential address. We are an online investment entity. We have a registered business address, and it is should be 310 Garki Mall, which belongs to one of the members of the Board of Trustees. But I am saying we do not run costs on any premises because everything we do is online. And I will explain our investment. The former person who asked the question has asked me to explain our investment model, which I am on. That's why I say you are jumping the gun. No, so we have an address that is registered and through which we can be reached. But we don't need it because we are not doing business. We are investing. And I will talk now of what we invest on. Can I go ahead? All right, I will go ahead. First, when members pool funds together, we use them to buy shares on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. And we invest in landed properties, in gated estates, promoted by renowned developers all over the country. And like I mentioned during my valedictory speech, investment in real estate is the corner piece of our investment strategy. And that is what has yielded the bulk of our worth today. You ask, who does the valuation? The valuation is done by the estate developers. It is easy for any member to work on. And this is how it works. Adron Homes own many estates across the land, and we have keyed into many of them. We bought hundreds of plots in Shimawa behind Redeem Camp at 750,000 naira per plot in 2019. Those plots are now worth 12 million. We don't fix the price, the developer does, and it's the market price. So it is a matter of multiplying 12 million naira by the number of plots we bought. We subscribed for 600 plots. That's about 7.2 billion. In Ibejuleki, we subscribed for 5 plots for the club.
Okay, CP, can you hear me?
10 million naira per
CP,
plot.
CP, can you hear me?
I can hear
I am
you.
the anchor. I need to ask questions.
I can hear you clearly.
CP, I asked you,
okay,
can you submit
answers
to us your books and your audited reports? You talking about Adron Homes and everything, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, who did your collective valuation of this investment club? Which company ratified it? Which company checked through and audited your books? I want to see your audited account, monies that were...
I'm not quite sure what this ex-CP is standing accused of here. So he said in a public space that he feels that his company is worth 20 billion naira. So what public interest is there in that? If the company is worth $20 billion, the naira rather, a pat on the back for him, and if the company is not worth that and is telling lies, more fool him. But what does it impact on the public, on us Nigerians? What his company is worth or not, to the point that we're asking for audited report of a private company that has nothing to do with governance or government, and is punching and hitting as though he was trying to nail Rotimi Amechi down or something. This guy is the worst of the worst.
That were paid in, monies that were paid out, and in these schemes where you said you bought on the stock exchange, I want to see your audited books. That's all I want to see, up till date. That's all.
Oseni Rufai,
Sir?
we are not a public quoted company. We are a private investment club. We are not answerable to you. We are answerable to our members, to the board of trustees of the club, and to the executive management team. You have no right on God's earth to demand for our documents unless you get a court order.
Okay. So
when you talk of audit,
with a court order, can we ask those documents?
Let me talk. You want to ask questions, you don't want to get answers. You don't want to get answers?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Thank you. Like I mentioned, we started this work as a hobby. And I told you we are operating a model that is zero expense based. We hold annual general meeting every year. At these AGMs, we lay out our accounts. And mind you, everything we do from day to day is published in our launch on Facebook for every member to read and be up to date. Deposit slips are posted, receipts of transactions are posted. Every member who read updates know everything we are doing. So when we come to AGM and lay out the accounts, if any member has requests for any clarification, we offer same. And the AGM approves the accounts and approves dividend payment. Because we run zero expense model, we have never invited in any external auditor to audit the books. And every member has been satisfied for the past 5 years. Until February this year, or January, around January, December last year to January this year, when some members, out of greed, and they heard that our worth is now this, based on the calculation of the current worth of our assets, they said they wanted the accounts audited. We said there's no problem, but there's a procedure to follow. First, the annual general meeting must approve that we amend our operating model to incur cost, because audit must be paid for. Second, we need to employ staff and open a physical office that will be running so that records needed for audit can now be kept, because auditors will not use our online materials for their audit. Third, after all these records are in place and the staff are there, then from next AGM, once approval is given, then we can hire an auditor and pay for same. We explained.
All right. I think we get the gist of what is going on there. So that is another back and forth with the empty head Rufai Husseini asking for the audited account of a private club. Only he can. I don't know anyone else that will go to that space, but only Rufai Husseini, of course, who thinks acting like a monkey is what journalism entails. So act like a monkey, but maybe a drunken monkey. The Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko may death have nothing to do with us. So we will need the studios populated. So let me send the link again. But certainly populating the studio today the majestic Ekene joins us. So good to have you, Ekene. Adale Koko in the house. Always a delight when Adale Koko is here, and the majestic Emeko. So that's your and the majestic Emeko. So that's your list so far. The link in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on to be part, jump on. Let's kick it off with Ekene. Ekene, Wagwan. Ekene.
Hey, senior man.
Alpha.
Hey there, one man. How yourself?
Why your voice all like this now?
You know I'm playing my video now.
Oh, we played it yesterday. I can play it. We played it yesterday. Let me bring it up. We played it yesterday. Let me see. All right. Let me play your video, can I? But although we did play it yesterday, but we play it again for your benefit.
Those are the Caesar, I'm extremely disappointed at David Umahi. Those are the kinds of statements I don't expect to hear from a senior government official. And he's a man I tend to respect, because he's a hardworking individual, and he knows his onion.
Ekene, now you start him because we don't want to do Peter Obi today, but now you start him, but we go watch him.
Oh, voila.
To engineering and Ministry of Works and roads constructions and things like that. So I have a lot of respect for him. But particularly, I felt offended by that statement, because I've said it on this program severally. I detest the dog whistling of an entire ethnic group in Nigeria. And let's call a spade what it is. It's becoming one too many that we want to consistently and continuously scapegoat the Igbo ethnic tribe in Nigeria, and it's unacceptable. It is unacceptable because there is a history of violence targeted at that group since 1953 in our country. Listen, Caesar, a meeting was held in Lagos, not necessarily a meeting, in Parliament. Anthony Nahoro moved a motion for the independence of Nigeria. The North opposed that motion, and at the train station, when they were going back to their constituency, they met a crowd that was essentially mocking them. They got back to the North. Chief Akintola led a tour across the North, to campaign essentially for the independence, to rally the North in support of Nigerian independence. Guess what happened after that? Riots broke out in northern parts of Nigeria, particularly in Kano, where over 240 Igbos were massacred. Were they the ones that demanded for Nigeria to have an independence at that time? In 1966, particularly in May, months before the Civil War happened, thousands of them were massacred across northern cities, and they had to flee to the east for safety because thousands of them were indiscriminately killed for what they knew nothing about, right? So let's not even talk about the Civil War and the hundreds of thousands that were massacred, and the fact that after 1970, this entire ethnic group had to start from the scratch again to begin to build their lives. And Caesar, look at what they have done since 1970. A group that left or started from nothing, went to Bauchi, went to Kano, went to Meduguri, went to Akure, went to Ogun State. And look what they have built in 40 years of hard work, grit, and no support from the federal government. Look what they have done from the south. But what we consistently and continuously do is to signal hatred and violence against the group. And this thing has to stop. We can't continue a country. Listen, if you don't want a group of people to be a part, let them go then. I don't understand this. Every turn, there has to be an excuse to single out an ethnic group. I give you a typical example. Just like the past elections, I heard people telling, how can the Obi, for instance, have scored 98% in certain states to the north? How can he have scored 90%? Muhammadu Buhari, under a PDP-led federal government, scored over 90% votes in 4 northern states. Go and check the results in Katsina. Go and check the results in Bauchi. Go and check the results in Jigawa.
Like I said, we did this yesterday, and yesterday I comment again. The fact that Buhari scored all those votes in Katsina in the north, when he was scoring 90%, etc., does not then validate the 90% votes that 90-something percent votes that will be scored in the east. Because when Buhari scored all those votes, everybody was critical, especially in Borno. During I think, was it the 2015 election, they were telling us that in Borno State, that a good 89-90% of the registered voters turned up, and a good 90-something percent of them voted for Buhari. So how can 90% of our registered voters in a war-torn area turn up? And then how can they vote for somebody? So there's no, actually, that was in 2019, because Buhari had served a term then. So we were critical of that. So the fact that Buhari scored 90-something does not validate Peter Obi's rigged election in the East.
He scored over 90% in those states under the leadership of the PDP as the federal government. So it was okay for Buhari to score over 90% in his own core constituency, but something utterly went wrong when Obi did it in the southeast. This ethnic group have always been part of a nationalist political party and never really have ever built a regional movement. All the times they have...
Like I said, we did this yesterday, and that is also factually untrue, because APGA is very much a regional movement.
Supported a political party, have been national political parties right from the NCNC.
Yeah, true.
They have a stakeholder in the PDP. They don't have a regional party in the sense that we had ACN in the southwest, in the sense that they had AMPP in the north. They did not have the behemoth of a regional political party. So where is all this hate coming from? Where is all this hate coming from? They tell you now, for instance, that they have a rabid mob who are harassing people on the internet because their candidate lost. We have very short memories. In 2011, a candidate lost in this country and over 800 people were massacred in violence in the north. I so know this.
You see, this is what this guy did all the way through. It's using negatives to try and validate a negative. The fact that 800 people, this is his figures, by the way, I have no way of verifying, but we go with that. The fact that 800 people were killed in the north under a Buhari movement does not in any way then legitimize the headless mob shouting abuse at people online. So that doesn't validate what's going on now. So that's a negative, equally condemnable as what is going on now. But like I said, we did this yesterday, but I think it's just a couple more seconds.
Because I personally saved 11 core members and were hidden in my father's hotel in Kano. So what are we saying? 800 people were massacred because of the ambition of somebody in this country. And suddenly we are losing our minds because we are saying people are insulting you online and they're a rabid mob. Let us stop this. Let us stop this ethnic dog whistling. Let us stop this ethnic baiting. And this thing should not continue. We are one people, one country.
All right. Can I give us a brief commentary on that, and we'll be on our way? Like I said, we did this yesterday, but it's a total of a nonsense. A lot of what Peter mixed a lot of stuff to paint a picture. But give us what you have, and then we'll move on.
Well, one man, well, I didn't know you did it yesterday because I was not on the show yesterday. Yeah, but I saw the video and I found it necessary because when I listen to this video, I think with this kind of person, Nigeria will march forward. He's a great guy. I commend him a lot. And I don't really want to care where he comes from, whether he's Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa. But having that kind of boldness.
He's clearly from the north or the middle belt, just from his accent and the way he looks.
The guy is a Yoruba guy. If you don't know, go and check him very well. He's a Yoruba guy. So
I don't hear Yoruba in his voice, but carry on.
You cannot hear it now, but he's a confirmed Yoruba guy. I confirm him, so he's a Yoruba guy. So, but I don't care where he comes from. This is a true Nigerian, and I'm happy for him, and I pray that he will live long.
So anybody that backs your narrative is a true Nigerian, and
no,
anybody that does not
the problem we have in this country is we have a lot of people that bake the truth and make it half baked and put it out there. But the guy,
like this guy, you mean this is a half-baked narrative, is it not?
You can say it's because it doesn't suit your narrative. That's why it's a package.
No, I don't really care. It suits your narrative though, because it paints the picture that you are trying to sell. But,
this video you see here, I will keep it for a very long time. You understand? Because this guy wowed me. You know, the kind of propaganda APC did during their time and they get into power. And now when anybody makes a comment, that person becomes a problem to them. It just marvels me. The kind of propaganda. Just had a guy. How many people were killed when the Buhari lost the election when PDP was in power in 2011?
Was there criticism when those people were killed?
Yeah, there's not much like what we.
There was no criticism.
Like what we used to see.
We're still discussing it till today. The Zaire massacre and all of those things.
Well, for me, it's not what happened.
Let me ask you a question. Does those killings justify the way you guys are acting online, insulting Wole Soyinka and the Sultan of Sokoto and everybody?
Nobody has even fight anybody in this country. It's just a comment. You just find it uncomfortable because you know your sins. Your conscience are not clear. If your conscience are clear, you shouldn't be concerned about people tweeting or saying things online. Regarding how APC did what they did, not only online, but on the street. On the street,
are you not concerned that people are insulting Wole Soyinka? You are not concerned about that?
Olu Soyinka was part of the people that dislodged Goodluck Jonathan. So if today if he feels that people are insulting him, then that is because he's not standing for the truth anymore. You understand? So he was on the street, even as a young boy. He confronted the journalist for announcing an election. So what is he talking about? What is he saying? The youth or this generation are even very weak. That what is happening in our country today, we still have the peace of this country moving forward. It's just people tweeting on the line, and you guys are not comfortable with it. Before during the election, before Jonathan and Osibanjo and Buhari made a threat. He made a threat that blood will flow if they don't declare him. And the Jonathan noticed that
was that criticized?
I don't know when you criticize it. So you can give me, you can tell me when you criticize it. For me, what I know is this. What I know is this. Let us just don't feel as if we don't know that many of us are hypocrites. You understand? Many of us are hypocrites.
Identify the hypocrisy before you level the accusation, the allegation. What was the killings under Buhari? Was it criticized? Was the rigging of the elections in the north by Buhari, was it criticized? Was it not?
I don't know. One man, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking. I'm not. If anybody, whether they criticize Buhari or don't, whether they criticize him or not.
Yes.
I don't care.
So where's the hypocrisy? There's no hypocrisy.
When did you criticize him? What is happening today? This government today. Let me talk, one man. Let me talk. This government today.
You want to spin a
I don't want to spin anybody. I'm not spinning anybody. If you're not comfortable for me to say what I have in mind, then I will keep it. But I'm not spinning anybody. My point is that the government today, what they did Nigeria to get into power, somebody like me will not forget it too soon. I'm just watching them to clear the mess they have put this country into up until today. And nobody is talking about it. They have the best chance to fix this country. They decide the removal of fuel subsidy when it should have gotten us better things. Now they have removed it, plug Nigeria into poverty, reduce the purchasing power of the people. Nigeria are just trying to manage. It's just that the unity is no more there. People are just feeling that, okay, no problem. I have one of the other video of Dele Farotimi where he said that I would have just sent that to you. You also hear him. The analysis he gave about what
we played that yesterday as well.
So you don't know that propaganda is part of politics.
No, that's the APC is propaganda taken too far.
No, you don't know. It's part of.
Babaj, I don't agree with that. It's a propaganda taken too far. If they know that propaganda is part of politics, then why are they condemning what people are tweeting online today? They now want to cage the media because they are not comfortable anymore. If they know that propaganda is part of politics, what are you telling me? So why should they be down? Why should they now not feel comfortable that people are criticizing them? If somebody talk about the coastal road, that person becomes an enemy. If person give analysis of the economy, that person becomes an enemy. Now we're having even more constructive criticism than what they did Nigeria in 2012 and dethrone Jonathan from office. What are you telling me? We are in this today. Dollar is still selling about 200 naira before they criticize Jonathan. Today, dollar is what the dollar you are even celebrating is it's more than 1,500 today in the market. And you go and hear what your vice president is saying. That it is the policy of Obi and the Atiku that they implemented that is affecting the naira.
Where did they say that?
The headline is there. The headline is there. They said that rebuilding of the.
Can I just slow down? I'm pretty sure he did not say that. I've not seen it, but what he would have said is that the policies being implemented were also embedded in Obi and Atiku's manifestos. So that's a different thing from what you said.
Well, that's how I saw it. Maybe it's just the headline is on my phone because I screenshot it. Before I should bring it out now, I have to log out and come back again. I would have sent it to you. But the That's not my problem. My problem is that they continue to blame instead of finding solution. That's my problem with them.
So sorry, who are they blaming?
You understand?
Well, oh no, hold on. When Tinubu came in, and still till today, he says he's inheriting both the assets and the liabilities. I've not heard them blaming anybody. When are they blaming? Who are they blaming?
Well, they blame Jonathan and blame Buhari, and I continue to blame Buhari because they still continue to say that Tinubu inherited the economy. They still say it in that.
Yes. Is that a blame?
But that for me is not the reason why they do not find the.
No. Wait, is it true or false that he inherited the dead economy?
Whether they inherited the economy or whatever, this is
answer the question first now. Is it true or false that he inherited?
They are all in the same camp. There is nothing like true or false.
Can you answer a simple question?
No, I cannot answer it. I cannot answer a simple question.
You want to do propaganda? Okay, carry on.
It's not a propaganda. It's an APC government handed over to APC government. Tinubu told you he will continue where from Buhari stop. When this Singularly that is whining mouth on a during campaign, trying to promote the achievement of Buhari, he didn't say anything that Buhari plunged Nigeria into poverty. He didn't mention it that time. It is not that he knows this Singularly that is talking nonsense. I saw your readout about what he read in TV. He would have gone to channels or Arise News and go and say that rubbish. He's saying. When he was busy promoting the last administration, saying all the good stuff that Buhari did, all the things he did in economy, he did in rice production, he did in agriculture, he did in infrastructure. When he was busy promoting all those stuff, he didn't know. He didn't say during that campaign that Buhari plunged Nigeria into poverty. It is now that after they now handed them over, that he knows that Buhari plunged Nigeria into poverty. You don't do by propaganda. You tell yourself the truth. You don't know. If you don't know where the rain starts to beat you, you will not know where the rain ends. You understand? So whatever APC is doing today, well, I'm just people like me. I'm just watching. I'm praying that one day Nigeria will just take God will just take APC away from Nigeria, because this is becoming too unbearable. It's becoming too much, and I don't see why. I don't see why and how Nigeria is promoting them today. I don't know what they are promoting about them. Is it the fuel price they have pegged to about 920 today? Is it that? Is it the dollar that is not finding its value anymore? It's going up again to about 1,500 It's going up again. Is it the reduction of the purchasing power of the people? What are we going to say? You go and check the increment in the National Assembly and whatever they call themselves, and they compare it to what they are proposing to the workers, 25%, 30% increment. Very wicked set of people. And you want me to come here and praise them for what? If you add 25% to what they are earning today, what is it? What can you get them? Still cannot get them up to a bag of price. And some governors are saying they cannot pay when they are buying cars, doing all sorts of things, mismanaging our resources here and there. And you are telling me that I'm doing propaganda. Who is doing propaganda? These are the current situation of the country. When you cannot even get a petrol to power your light, they cannot even give you electricity to power your light. Give us electricity, sell petrol at the rate of 1,000 or 1,500 if you want. You should be able to give one for the other. You cannot deny citizens for everything. They have to enjoy as a country.
How much did you say the dollar was exchanging for?
It's about 1,500 because even the current
black market, right? Is that black market?
Yeah, black market. Even the current
is 1,380 as I'm looking at it now. It's on the screen.
I'm telling you, black market today is about 1,500. Then even the current import rate is about 1,440 something. They have pegged it there. They have increased it again. And you're asking, you come every day and say, why are the price of goods not reducing? Why are things still going up in Nigeria? Why are the price of stuff still going up in Nigeria? When the custom have increased the import duty again to 1,441 naira.
What do you
And
mean
you
by
want people to reduce the price of their goods.
Import duty on what? Which
Imported
import
items. Yeah.
They increase it to what?
1,441 naira.
What do you mean by that? 1,400 per what?
The calculation for imported goods is now 1,441 naira.
From what? From what amount to?
From 1,001 or 1,200, what it used to be when they just when the dollar just came down. Now they have increased it again.
Okay.
So all these things contribute to why you are not seeing the price of products reducing.
But the price, look, I can go and bring you videos. The prices of products are reducing. The price of Indomie has slashed by half. The prices of bread has slashed by 35%. The prices of this thing that you put to catch water, that's gone by 60%. The prices of everything is reversing quite aggressively.
Well, that is to your own analysis. We're talking about the food stuff, what you see in the market today. The only thing that is affected is the price of rice, which is about 68,000, 69,000 naira from 79,000. That's the only thing I know that was affected. And that is not still good. That you are selling rice about 60-something thousand naira. It's not something to be celebrated in a country that have a large portion of land for production of rice. You understand? So if you are celebrating that,
how much is a carton of Indomie?
Indomie is that big Indomie is still about 10,000 something, because that's the big one is what I used to buy. I don't know the price of the small one.
And how much was it a month ago? Because I've got the prices on my screen. Yes.
The month ago, I think about either 18,000 or so.
All right. So it's falling by half.
So, but that is not what it used to be.
Yeah, you said the prices are not going down.
That 18,000 naira,
18,000 to 10,000 naira.
That 18,000 naira, where did it go from there? It's from 6,500. Now it's now dropped to about 10,000.
All right. So which one is closer to 6,500? 18,000 or 10,000?
That is not. Let me tell you, one man. If that is what we are celebrating,
you don't know what
that is not the equation. You understand? That's not the equation, because you will know where you take these things to. You know where you pick it from. Go and drop it there, so Nigeria will have a relief. Don't just do half of it and tell me that. Many things are even still adding up. Not even only.
Can I say something, Ekene?
Okay.
All right. I'm going to ask you a question, but don't do righteous indignation, because that seems to be where you go to all the. Don't do righteous indignation. Just be the intelligent conversation. When they said they are floating the naira, what did you understand by that? Ekene?
When they say they are floating the naira.
Yeah, what did you understand by that?
What I understand by that?
Yes.
What I understand by floating, or what they mean by floating, is that they say that they will allow it for the market to demand the price of the dollar.
Okay. All right, stay there. Now, why did they float the naira? What reasons did they give for floating the naira?
They gave reason of supporting the federal government, supporting it, and with all those stuff. Many reasons they gave that the previous government were supporting, and people we are extorting a lot of Nigeria. There are too much gap in the
all right, stay there. Another question. So if the previous government was supporting the naira, then was the value of the naira under the previous government, was it its true value?
Well, for me, I don't think it's the true value, because even the current government also was accused of even supporting it, even at the rate of that 1,000 something it is today. Because when a government says that,
don't go long. When they are saying they were supporting the Naira, what did you understand by that?
When they are supporting the Naira.
Yes, when they said I'm not asking you to justify it. I'm asking you to explain it. So don't justify it.
No, I have to justify it. You cannot just ask me
I'm
to
asking
explain
you a
anything.
question now.
I have to. You cannot just
let
ask
me
me.
explain it then. If you don't want,
I have to explain it.
Yeah, explain it.
Because it is not this government. It is not this. It's not the Buhari government that started the supporting of the Naira.
No, that's not the question now. I'm asking you.
So even other, you cannot tell me that Nigeria is not the only country supporting its currency. Other country does that.
All right.
So if they know that they don't have the capacity to float it. After all, the agreement. After all, you are the one that you said you know what to do. Nigeria will not suffer this and that. Then you don't have the capacity to float the Naira. You don't float what you don't have the capacity to float.
All right.
You understand? When good luck was.
Don't do righteous indignation now. You do that too often. Just stay steady with the conversation. Let me play you this clip, and then you tell me what this man is saying.
That is the sign of landing of big money when MFL give you Jala in official rank.
Did you hear what he said?
That what?
You didn't hear what he said. That is honorable.
That stand up for what it is when the MFL give you
yes.
Give you dollar.
That is honorable. Hold on. Just calm it down. That's Honorable Kazuari is a House of Rep member. He said, he said that is the sound of big money when Emefiele gives you dollar at official rate. What do you think he meant by that?
Yeah, that is the issue of APC starting from the time of Buhari and now handed over to his brother Tinubu.
You just don't get
That is what they're doing. And I never supported Buhari. I never supported Tinubu. So I'm only looking for them to prove me wrong. And all these, they are starting from 2015, and all these are nonsense policy that are killing Nigeria, still killing Nigeria up to today. So the only government I supported was good luck. You understand? So, and I have my reasons for that. And I still, from today, no one has been able to prove me wrong. From why APC remove good luck. What have they been able to achieve since then till today?
Don't worry, this is not working now. You keep hammering this same. This will work in other spaces, but it's not likely to work here because the people here are too nuanced, and hopefully our audience listening are too nuanced for this. It's just inane propagandizing. I'm asking you basic questions, and you're just pumping out standardized propagandized lines. Don't do that now. Don't just.
No, I'm not the propaganda. After all, I'm not the only one.
If you still don't get why the Naira was floated, then it's just unfortunate.
There is nothing like why the Naira was floated. There is nothing like there is nothing. Even if you don't get even if you have to, even if you say why the Naira was floated, floating from what? Floated it for what reason? To plunge people into poverty, or to reduce the purchasing power of the people. You don't float what you don't have. You don't float what you don't have. Up until today, they couldn't find a better background.
A better background.
You just to float. You think economy is just to speak English. Float Naira, this and that. You would have come out. I told you right from. We told you. I said it here. That right from the beginning of this government, the greatest mistake they did was to float the Naira and remove the first subsidy descending.
Right.
And you have not even, you have to tell you that you don't know what you are doing. You have not even assembled your team, your economic team, before doing that. You don't know
God, man.
Yeah, I said it. And that's my argument right from the beginning of this government.
It's a pointless thing.
So how can you tell me? Let me finish now. One man, I think you give me time to speak. Why are you interjecting me now? You are the moderator now.
All right, go on. But your propaganda.
So you don't come and say you float the Naira, you remove the fuel subsidy, you don't have your finance minister, you don't have your CBN governor, you don't have any of them. Then who gave you the advice? Where was the meeting? Where did you have the meeting? You just want to show power. That you are now the the president. I remove fuel subsidy. I float the naira. And things are now running out. Now you should have sit down with your economic team and know the plans they will give to you. If they're able to handle it, know their plans also, because you are not the one to run the economy, you're just the president. And you say you have plans for Nigeria. And you don't want me to criticize them. So for me,
you can
it shows
criticize
that
them from I will try and talk
for me, it shows that right from the inception of APC, they are running Nigeria with propaganda, all sort of lies.
Yes.
From that time till today, I have a lot of them. Both the deal they signed, they say that even these guys you are talking about. Go and check the comment of the UAE. The comment they made about this gas of stuff that are not investing. I have the headline here. So when you are reading I was just trying to know what you.
Can you settle down, my guy? It's not rat-a-tat-tat. Let it be conversational, please. Now, what has the UAE got to do with Nigeria's gas strategy? If they don't invest, what does that add or remove from us? We have one of the largest gas deposits.
I think those are the people he met.
The Germans are begging for it. Everybody's begging for the gas.
Okay, let's see. I'm not saying that people should not invest or the other countries should not invest, but at least he visited them for that purpose. And at the end of the day, they now turn out that say they are not investing anymore. So maybe he has to. Maybe other people that are interested to invest. I don't know how. Well, I'm not wishing him bad in that area. So if we can get investor, let him get it. But it's now turns out that every investor that they are messaging starting from the time of this administration, none of them are reciprocating it. None of them. The last one, the $600 million and all those stuff. At the end, everything just end in the meeting. Then they come at the back and tell you that they are not investing anything in Nigeria. So, but if they have other countries that have to invest, let them invest. But for me, you don't run a country with propaganda, lies, and whatsoever. In Gilelali, this yellow guy cannot tell me that he doesn't know what is happening in Nigeria. This is how he designed Buhari, and now he have given it over to Tinubu, and they are killing the country more and more. No problem. We are here, and we're going to be surviving. You understand? We're going to be surviving. You guys will continue to support it. Whatever policy, you don't admit that this government is getting things wrong, and Nigerians are suffering. You don't want to get it that way. Only thing you know is that the man is on the throne. Let him do whatever he wants to do. Let him do. Nobody will stop him. But I just imagine if P2B was the president today, and the price of dollar is 1,400 or 1,500, and the price of petrol is 920 naira as of today, do you think that this country will still be the same today? Judging from what they did to Jonathan, when petrol was selling for about 97 naira, dollar was selling for about 200 naira, they came out and they stabilized this country, killed this country with propaganda, destroyed this country. Now they have taken over government. They have taken everything more than 800% where they met it. What is 800%? More than 1,000% of whatever they met each one. If you go to market, anything you price, you just begin to ask yourself, how did we get here? How did we get here? How? But boys must nail ife. No matter what, boys must nail ife. We cannot kill ourselves because of their useless policies. Boys must nail ife. And be live. So I don't care. For me, these days I don't have anything to defend anymore. I'm only waiting for when APC will prove me wrong. And I will not have the mouth to talk again. I will not have the mouth to talk. I will not have the mouth to criticize any of them again. I'm waiting for that day. I'm waiting for when all these policies will work out and everything start to normalize in Nigeria. Then I will not have to come to one man show and criticize them again. The only thing they know how to run about is propaganda, ethnic politics, and when they do it, they lay it on another man. They put it upon another man. And they're the one that run the most ethnic politics in Nigeria. When they do it, they put it in another man's head. They know how to divert it. And my brother, David Umahi, find himself in that position. One day they will use him and dump him. They have used Rogers Okorocha, use a lot of them. He's now working for them. He want to spoil his good image because of APC. So, but nothing they share, nothing they happen. They let them continue to divide. What APC has brought to Nigeria since Good Luck left office was division. Division upon division, dividing the nation, dividing Yoruba and Igbo, dividing Igbo and Yoruba, dividing Hausa, Fulani, dividing everybody, dividing Christians and Muslims just to win politics.
Nobody divide anybody. You guys decided to take side. Everybody in Nigeria decided to take side. You poor masses divide yourself, because even the politicians themselves, they have moved on. Because see, you people don't understand. During campaign, during election, politicians use everything to win election. And if you pay attention to them, after election, you don't hear all those things from them again. They drop it. But you masses will not move on. Instead of you people should be productive.
Move on what? What are you telling me? Move on what?
Move on means focus on your own life.
Nigerian first. Oh, yeah. hold on, Nigerian first. You are in Nigeria as well. You're not in the south. Yes. What you just said there, there's a phrase for it. They say you campaign in poetry and you govern in prose. So prose is a long book. Poetry is one sheet. So you campaign in poetry. This is a universal norm. You campaign in poetry and you govern in prose. That's the nature of politics. But all this righteous indignation is just. It's fake, a lot of it, but it's just propaganda.
Whatever is move on from what? Move on from that. I now find my purchasing power being reduced by a current government. Move on from what?
Wama,
what are you telling me to move on from?
What do you know that South Africa, their currency is free float? Do you know why their currency is stable? Because South Africa actually, South Africa citizen, which they actually export goods. You understand me? That's why you have Cartier, you have Savannah, you have ShopRite, MTN. They are across Africa. They bring in foreign exchange to stabilize their currency. They don't peg or no, they don't defend their currency. Their exports stable their currency. But in Nigeria, if you see, this guy here is complaining, sir, me and you, we are citizens. Let's remove federal government export oil and gas from what Nigeria export. Okay, I think last year they export $47 billion or so. If you remove the money from crude and gas from there, it just means that 200 million Nigerians are liability to the country, because we don't produce and export anything outside to bring in foreign exchange. It is simple economy, but you see, let's blame the government. We have been doing that since 1999. See, it is our time we ask ourselves, really, is it the president really? He not the tire una. 5 presidents.
No, me they control the economy. Yeah. No, me.
Now we see citizens.
No, now me. That's all.
See, you want your government to perform magic that they cannot perform.
No, if you not say no go fit perform anything, why they can pay? Why he's still being president? He's still being president more than the life of 200 million Nigerians.
Don't nobody can do it. Oh, Peter Obi can do it. Peter Obi can.
Let me land. We were in Nigeria when what they call it, Idris sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. Was Nigeria good that time? The answer is no. During what they call it, Yaradua, was Nigeria good? No, Nigerians complain. Good luck, Nigerians complain. This thing, Buhari, Nigerians complain. No, Nigerians are complain. So we need to look in the middle. You understand me?
Thank you for drawing that.
When Nigeria never see anything, at that time they say that they see anything, that they see something. The problem is that
I
still ask.
What they call it? One man. Did you know this first quarter? Did you know how much Apple generates as profit? $140 billion. Apple is not owned by U.S. U.S. government. It's owned by individual citizens in America. Microsoft, the same thing. Tesla, the same thing. These are privately held companies. Federal government does not create jobs. It is the private sector responsibility to create jobs.
Private sector responsibility. You are saying all this as if you don't have them before. What is killing your industry today? How many investors have left Nigeria since the inception of this? I'm not talking about from Buhari. I'm talking about starting from the day President Tinubu stepped in as the president of this country. Count how many investors have left this country and they are still living.
Tell me how many investors left.
What is the cost? Am I the cost?
How many investors left? Tell me.
And how many were you able to attract? Have you attracted any foreign investment since this government took over? Which one did you attract?
What is your contribution?
You have not been able to. You have not been. Investors are leaving. You have not been able to attract any investment.
If Ekene can open the window, Ekene, you have to open the window for that. Yes.
What is your contribution?
Hold on, UFC. Let Emeka come.
Tired of Nigerians complaining.
UFC. Hold on. Let Emeka come. Let us speak. Yeah.
Like you said, this matter we discussed it yesterday. Even many of us now said we're tired of having this kind of discussion. We should be talking more of policies, right? You actually said it when you were playing that video. I was doing the commentary. We will only come and break and shout. I think the best way to engage Ekene now is to ask him questions and let him provide answers. We should not be drawing ourselves back.
No, it won't provide answers though. It will do indignant.
No, that's the best way.
Indignant,
Is now you sizing if he even understands or
you see how I was trying to line him up.
Exactly. It exposes. It only exposes him. When you ask the question, let him provide the answer to see if he understands the context of what the subject matter is all about, right? And clearly, from the response he provided, there's a knowledge gap. There's an obvious knowledge gap. You didn't point it out, but there's clearly an obvious knowledge gap, and you saw him trying to pivot to areas where
yes, where it was comfortable. Yes,
exactly. Just to rant.
Hold on, Ekene. Yesterday. Sorry, Yesterday, Prestige did the same thing as well. Our conversation with Kulata, he was raging that the whole country was in a mess, this, that, and the other, and they are building this coastal highway. He said the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway was pothole infested. A road that they've just renovated just now. And Kulata said, I drove on that road last December now, and it was still insisting. So I think it's just talking points that they just regurgitate.
Just to regurgitate.
Well, whatever you want to. I don't have answers to most of APC failure. Maybe it's not everything about my own point of view.
Let me just finish now so that you come in. No problem. You have the floor soon. Like I said, one man, that's the best way to questions, answers, even make the conversation full, right? We can, I think the previous guy who was going after Ekene was right. We've always complained since 1999 when the Fourth Republic started. We complained about Obasanjo. We complained about Yarodra till he died. We complained about during the Jonathan that Ekene is now hyping. Nigerians were shouting left and right. He left. Buhari came. Buhari's own was so obvious, very obvious. The current president is going to be 1 year soon. Things are not going in the right direction. Of course, things will not go in the right direction because the country has been in comatose for quite a while. So, but let's see what's happening, what the policy impact is going to look at like. I think what I would say is the ranting, the wailing, the shouting.
Well, I was
Sounding.
just
Even me myself, I'm getting fed up and tired. You are just you are repeating things. You see, I've not been on the show for quite a while. I joined yesterday and today, but the last time we spoke is the same thing I'm hearing from today. You were not
yeah,
around
that is
yesterday.
because Nigeria has
Okay,
not moved from an inch from
I
where they
agree.
are.
No,
So that is why we continue to go.
I'm not saying you don't have the reasons.
Yeah, but
If we have the
Ekene, you just said now that a box of noodles has gone from 18,000 to 10,000.
one man, is that where you met it? I beg, leave me alone. I don't need all those primary school discussion. What is Indomie? A box of 10,000.
One man, you can continue with the show.
So what I'm saying is that Nigeria has not. Nigeria has not moved an inch.
Hold on. Bring it home in about 3-4 minutes, and then we go on to Emeka.
You can go to anybody you want. I know you don't like my voice again, but I will continue. I will continue to say my mind.
I won't
Don't
let
come
you
here.
say that.
I'm not here to please one man.
Everybody knows you are one of my.
I'm not here to please one man. I will always say the way I feel. Nigeria has not moved an inch from where they are since Buhari left office. Rather that are getting worse. And the reason why I have my mouth and I have all the boldness to speak today is because I never supported APC for one day. I never. And I'm still looking for that reason to support them. I'm still searching for it, starting from 2015 till today. And I never criticized Goodluck Jonathan. I knew right from the beginning, both from the time of Boko Haram, during the time of Goodluck Jonathan, was propaganda meted against his government just to remove him from office. There is every indication to that. Even with the Boko Haram, with everything that happened in this government, I knew that it was a propaganda method against his government just to remove him from power. And today, what is Nigeria? You see, there is an Igbo adage, the cup you used to measure for other people, that is the cup they will use to measure for you. And that is what APC is facing today. You understand? That they are facing the consequences of their actions right from the time of Goodluck Jonathan. That is what they are facing. They have not been able to fix or been able to have mercy from what they put Nigeria into. The cup they used to measure those days are the cup that are being used to measure for them today. And there is no apology for that. The only thing they have to do is to get Nigeria back to what it used to be and how it used to be. And stop suffering Nigeria just for personal ambitions and personal interest here and there. Both party supporters and the governors and the senators. Because of personal interest, personal gains and all these things, you are suffering the life of millions. You know, we are the internet. We are talking all these things. Go to the streets and see what Nigerians are going through. Do you think it's just coming to the internet and be talking? The people that are feeling this mess are not on the internet. They are on the street. They are on the street suffering. It's not about coming here. You should do yourself a favor. Come down from that abroad. Go to the street and see what Nigerians are passing through. It is not me and you. It is not me coming here to speak. It's not one man. It's not a mega. It's not anybody that is coming here to speak. If you want, that is why when you read all these things you guys are reading here, the thing don't diverse me and speak all this grammar. The thing don't diverse me. Go to the streets and see the people suffering all this propaganda, all this ethnicizing and everything that the elites and the educated are doing. Go and see the people suffering it on the street. You think it's because I know that the most divided people, the most ethnic people, and the most the people that claim that they are educated. But when you go to the street, you see poverty uniting people, uniting both Igbos and Yoruba in the street. But the ones that are educated, that feel they know how to read and write, are the ones being more tribalistic, being more nepotist, and being more unrealistic. You think it's all about knowing how to speak English, read and write? Go to the street, see the people you are using your English to suffer. See the people that you are using your grammars to suffer. See your people, you are using the intelligence, what's being put in you for you to use it to develop your nation. Instead, you are using it to politicize, do ethnic bigotry to the detriment of poor Nigerians that are not able, and parents that are not able to feed their child or pay their student school fees. I am very angry. I'm becoming angry about Nigeria. And I'm not going away. I'm staying here. We are going to fight it out. We are going to fight it out. We are getting it worse and worse every day. Well, tell me what has increased that I will come here and be posting. Is it electricity? Is it education? Education is going down. Is it the economy?
Oga, what are Nigeria? I'm not talking about the government.
Continue and support them. I don't have anything to say again. One man, go and support your government. Say whatever you want to say. You think P2B is your problem? P2B is not your problem. Go and get the right leadership that will lead this country.
Without you don't create and add value to it and sell, you won't get money back. It is always about value added goods. Until we start doing that, okay, I think last year a ton of cocoa was about $5,000 at the international market. As we speak now, this year is almost about close to $12,000. So these are the things citizens need to involve in. Commercial agriculture. This is not going to, it's not the government going to do it. All over the world, if you travel around, you will see that it is the citizen that is involved in farming, not the government. Because government does not know how to do anything. They don't know how to operate business. It is always the common man, the citizen. They are the one controlling every sector. Yes, government can subsidize all some of these things, but they themselves don't know how to produce these things. It is always me and you. So the country is in the state where it is now is because of our failure, me and you, including that of the leader. But majority of the problems lie in our hands, me and you, because we are not productive. Our export shows that we cannot continue to deny this fact. If you check the export data, that's if you look South Africa is just 50 million people. Last year, their export was $130 billion. Almighty giant of Africa was about 50 or so. So we are poor. We are a poor nation. We need to first of all admit that one first. This idea that Nigeria is rich is fake news. It's not real. Our export shows that we need to start paying attention to data. Data doesn't lie. It will humble you. If you don't pay attention to data, you're just wasting your time. This idea that
you are talking about data. Your current president, when he was campaigning, asked you whether or not data you go chop. Even ask you.
What was the context for that? Let's go to Emeka. Let's go to Emeka. Stay with us, Ekene. So that's Ekene, of course, opening the session in his usual explosive fashion.
Oh my guy, I know the verse. I know the part. I know they affect me at all. But I just have to speak the way it is, you know. So no, I go buy you that meat pie. When you ask me about that day, I go buy you that meat pie. Don't worry.
Don't worry. One day I will come and knock on your door. Don't be meat pie. Now you say who are they fine and they sell palm wine for Alaba.
No. Palm wine Alaba on the porch. Na Sakalin.
Do you know how my grandfather used to drink palm wine? He used to mix it with stout. That's how he drank
One man.
Yeah.
When Trump was president, did you know that when Trump banned soya beans from China, did you know all the farmers in America was thanking and praising Trump? But look at Nigeria. When Buhari banned importation of rice, what happened? Nigeria piled on him. People don't know when government pass a certain policy, they just want to create wealth for the actual citizen in the country. But many of us don't see that because we don't see the bigger pictures of things. We just see now and our belly. That's all. So
All right, brilliant. Let me regain the structure. Take it in the direction of Emeka, who joins us. I could hear the hints of sleep in his voice. So let's go quickly. Let's go quickly to him. You know, for all of the criticism that I cannot just leveled against the state, the international markets don't see it that way. You know, they keep revising upwardly the trajectory of the Nigerian state almost on a monthly basis. So Nigeria's debt rating outlook positive. This is Fitch. And as early as just a couple of months ago, they gave us stable, which is just a steady as you go sort of a thing. But now they've upgraded it from stable to positive. It says Nigeria's credit rating outlook was lifted by Fitch rating to positive from stable 6 months after it said that reform progress since Tinubu took over in May last year was faster than anticipated. So what are you then making of this upward revision, and when soon will it impact on the markets to satisfy people like Ekene?
Okay, I'll take it on two fronts. I'll take the positive. Let me start with the negative. That the debt credit rating for Nigeria by Fitch, right? Stable to positive. It's not for the local man in the streets. It's actually for the international market. That's the bad news for those who are providers of funds who are looking at markets to invest, who are looking at good yield, if it's bond yield or dividend yield. And Nigeria provides an excellent market for them. The foreign portfolio investors provides an excellent market. The rate of return is really high. If you're looking at the rate of return from the stock market annually, consistent, I think last year was 18.3%. That's a very good one. If you're also looking at the government bonds for Nigeria, the last one that was released in 2021 was highly subscribed, oversubscribed. Likewise, they are going to issue, that's why the rating is coming out from Fitch. They're going to issue another bond again soon, another Euro bond to raise over 8 billion. I think it's going to be oversubscribed too. So Nigeria provides an excellent investors market. It's a toast. So if you have free cash and you're looking for one place to get good returns, Nigeria does that. And again, to answer, you asked Ekene a question, and Ekene didn't answer that question. I can understand the reason why he can't answer the questions. You heard Fitch saying, based on the reforms, those reforms, right, were actually coming from the IMF and the World Bank. The removal of fuel subsidy and the flotation of our naira. Those are one of the two reforms they've been hammering on the government right from Abacha. If they sanctioned us, they came back to with pressure of Obasanjo, manage. So these are you have to float the naira, you have to remove fuel subsidy. Obasanjo tried, there was riot. Jonathan tried, there was riot. Buhari stylishly. So what government has been doing was, at some point, they will negotiate with the NLC, Nigeria Labour Congress, push the price a little bit higher a bit, try to remove the fuel subsidy. So the president came in and he clearly took it out as well as floating in error. And when you ask the president said, I am an individual that would take hard decisions or make hard decisions, even though they may cause short-term pains. So Fitch has said it in its report. IMF has expressed that Nigerians are carrying out economic reforms that are in line with international practice, best practices, which is good. So why this impacts on us, right? It negatively. The outlook or the long-term runs, if it's being managed properly, would make a lot of economic sense. Again, these are our creditors, IMF, the multilateral lenders, IMF, World Bank, they are our creditors. They will definitely tell you what to do. And if you want funds from them, they are going to give you conditions that you must adhere to. So I can understand Ekene's ranting and the pains. Honestly speaking, every Nigerian deserves to complain. Let's be very honest. But we have been baby fed for so long, number one, in the terms of fuel subsidy. I also think our expectations for government is high. I think based on the fact that we have this notion or precondition thinking that Nigeria is actually a rich country. No, we're a poor country, and we've been acting like we were rich. And now that the harsh economic reality is staring us at the face, a lot of us are complaining. The last previous speaker before, or who was interjecting, Ekene, was highlighting the realities of things. We need to export more. We need to export more. But you can't export what you are not manufacturing. So our manufacturing sector needs to improve. There need to be that progressive, strategic ideas that would come and revolutionize our manufacturing sector. We should enter properly into the industrialization age of the country and start to do things, start to build things, start to make things. I saw today on the papers that the Minister of Trade, maybe she knows that a lot of Nigerians have been criticizing her. Probably her PA or someone close to the PA is listening to us, always criticizing her. She came out today in the news and said Nigerians will not be able to make vehicle before the end of this year or at some point. So it shows she spoke things about government providing funds to automakers. When she said manufacturing, not assembly, not the ones that Innocent is doing and the rest, manufacture proper, right? So, and that's a good one. That is we having a manufacturing base, employing more people, and then that manufacturing skill sets can be transferable to other manufacturing points. If you can manufacture car, you should be able to manufacture laptop too. And if you can manufacture laptops or computers, you can manufacture TVs. So those transferable skill sets can cut across different segments of the manufacturing industry. So we need to really sit down, and I think for me, I would want to say we should be producing 75% of the things we consume, whether it's electronics, whether it's food, whether it's services, whether it's entertainment. We should be producing 70%. Then the 30% cannot be import complementaries, right? And that should also, be things, the priorities of the importation should be like raw materials we cannot get in the country that can be used to manufacture the end product. So you spoke about gas. I think Ekene wanted to diminish that. I don't think that is proper. The gas segment of the energy sector is now a new revenue boost for the country. Right? We have a large market now. Russia, who was the top gas supplier of Europe, is having issues with the war, with the conflict in Ukraine. That opens up the Europe market for us. You see Germany trying to collaborate because of it. The Chancellor has visited Nigeria to look at, how they can assist in terms of power and also the gas sales, right? Europe is there, and we can provide, it's a huge market that we can provide so many countries in Europe that we can supply gas to, and that's additional revenue that will be coming into the purse. Then we're also exploring precious metals and precious stones like copper, cobalt, lithium. You know, IMF, I think, was it today, said Africa holds 30% of these precious metals, right? And it is a market of 16 trillion for 5 years. So why Nigeria? Nigeria is not the top three in Africa. I think Democratic Republic of Congo. I can't remember the second. Then South Africa. They seem to be the major spot for this raw materials, these precious metals that is now a hot commodity, especially for those in technology, the production of phones, batteries, that's phone batteries and the rest, So it's now hot commodity. And now we're exploring that sector. I think they just opened the lithium processing plant in the north. It's another additional area we can make good revenue for the government. I think the government should try as much as possible. Currently, now we still don't even have a law against the extraction, the mining, extraction, and processing of raw materials in the country. The minister of steels. I say steels. The minister of raw materials. What's his name again? Dele Aleke should begin to look into
solid minerals.
Solid minerals. Thank you for bringing it up to me. Solid minerals. Begin to look into providing laws, not also inviting those, because that's one of the problems why we're having insecurities in the north. Everywhere they are fighting, check, there's a precious stone, or there's a solid minerals there, or there are raw materials that is of a huge international importance. That's why they are fighting. That's the main thing we read from investigative journalists who have gone around and said, come, the fight for raw materials. We have illegal mining going on in the country. We have Chinese nationals coming in. They are not even coming in with visas. They fly somewhere and come through Niger or through our borders, and they're exploiting our minerals and funding insecurities, bribing the local chiefs who go around to begin to clear people off where they are going to dig mines. We saw the bomb blast in Oyo State, where people who are perpetrating illegal mining were keeping explosives, storing explosives in residential buildings, and probably the place got overheated and it blew and almost blew out the entire property within the estate. So we have people doing illegal mining, and that needs to be addressed and curtailed, or else we will create a huge disaster for the country. So just to highlight a couple of the few things that, few new markets. When I mean new market, I mean new market for the country that we can use, and then backing it up with manufacturing. That would be great. Likewise, we have a very strong financial services sector, ranked number 2 in Africa. We can topple South Africa with the new recapitalization program coming up, as well as the country looking at growing the GDP. We would become the financial service hub in Africa, and Lagos will be spearheading that frontier. So then we're also having a growing youth, tapping into that technology space. And I'm hoping, what is that guy, Tijani? I hope he gets this right so that we can, lots of, we have Nigeria is a youthful country. Lots of youth can be independently employed and self-sufficient. They can also plow their skill sets in international markets, which would help. So there are negatives currently, there are negatives, but there are long-term positives. If you're open-minded, if you are thinking positively, you can see the potential that the country has. And at least I don't know how others want to see this comment that I want to say. I think for once we have a president that understands the problem, especially the economic problem, and we can see the works. It's not his predecessor who just literally was not doing anything, but we can see that they are trying. It may not be working as fast as we want, but they are trying. So for the effort, I could score them much better. We need the effort to be translated to result, and not just result, positive results. That's what we're looking for. So I would be hoping that our criticism should be fair and objective, not in terms of we want to compare. No, when that election took place, right? The right candidates won. The other two candidates knew they were going to lose, and they knew the time they were going to lose. So that we still want to be on the bandwagon of comparison and the maybes or the ifs. No, we said it here on this platform. A lot of people
You are right. By the way, the other two candidates knew they were going to lose.
They knew they were going to lose, and they
That
knew
was
when
why
they were going to lose.
Kwakwanso was distancing himself from Atiku because he knew that there was no direction there.
Exactly.
Atiku, he didn't really spend money on the campaign because he knew there was no
He didn't.
direction
He
there.
knew he was going to lose.
Peter Obi was just chancing his hand, and that was everybody knew who the president was going to
Like
be.
those who understand the political terrain of the country knew who was going to win. They looked at it. Yes, the numbers, the odds, the total vote counts or vote casted may not be accurate, but the polls clearly show who was going to win the election. It was not magic. They ranked it accurately, and they were right. They were right. So it's about that time we moved from these maybes, ifs, and because we have currently now we have certain group of Nigerians who truly do not want the country to move, right? And I clearly think that is outrageous. I think that is silly. I think that is what other word can I choose? It's kind of witchcraft. If you are praying and you when good news
That's your go-to word, isn't it? Witchcraft. Everything.
no,
Everything.
it's just witchcraft, right? How can you look? It's like, you know, Nigeria is our home. Nigeria is our country. Nigeria is you understand that you don't like the outcome of an election, and the next thing you're doing is you want the country to fail. That's witchcraft. And any positive news that comes out from the country just makes you go mad. But you rejoice when there are more negatives, when things are wrong. That's nothing but witchcraft. Because the impact of that negative news cut across a large population. And if these people are wallowing and you are rejoicing, oh yeah, we told you guys, For what? For what? What is it we told you guys? The person you are trying to compare and do the maybes or the ifs is not cannot lace the president's shoe. Politically, economically, educationally, in all ramifications, can't lace that president's shoe. So the comparison is something that I just don't get. I can understand the frustration, but to tell well discerning, logical, thinking, educated, brilliant, smart Nigerians that guy will turn the country around. You guys must be joking or sniffing something. You must be sniffing Gary and drinking Omo detergent. Seriously, let's call a spade a spade. That individual can lace the current president's shoe.
All right. Don't prod at the obedience. So otherwise,
No, I don't want to go there. I'm jumping off. So we must dump that behavioral thinking and begin to look at how, because that country belongs to each and every one of us. So we now begin to look at what initiative do we have to move the country from its current location to the next point that we want, not because we could move it in any direction, but the next point we want for the country, right? We dialoguing here, making positive criticism, providing solutions, and I can tell you some of their aides are listening. We've gotten some very good politicians here who have come on to pay us a visit and listen to our shows. I can tell you that one of the ministers is listening. Maybe not frequently, but he's listening at some point, just to get a feel of what is going on here. So the news is going out, not only from this platform, other platforms too. We can make positive criticism. We can render solution-based thinking and see how we can try to move our country in the direction we want. So that's my view.
Can I interject, please?
Sorry,
all right. Before you
to go to, okay.
Before you interject, Emeka, give me a moment. Let me flash up Dupsi's show. Dupsi has been missing in action a couple of weeks. She's back now with a bang. So the link to Dupsi's show coming up on Sunday, 3:45 p.m. UK time. So that's the link right there. Go bookmark it. Dupsi will be talking about let me bring it up here. So that's the thing on the screen. That's Dupsi on the screen. But let me bring it up here so you can see it in the fullness of its glory. So see it in the fullness of its glory. Reject poor men. They are going to ruin your life or something. Nigerian lady advises other women. So which side of that comment is Dupsi going to fall on? So you have to be here on Sunday to find out. So bookmark Dupsi's show, be late, be square. So Joel, you wanted to say?
Yeah, just I wanted to ask Emeka a couple of questions. By the way, good afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from, Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. First and foremost, I think it's unfair to say that Tinubu won the election fair and square in the last election. And some things that have happened in the recent past clearly shows who won that election. And you see, yeah, the INEC did what it did, the court did what they did. But you see, it's a matter of. Are you
talking about the Yahaya Bello tapes? The alleged.
I'm talking about Tinubu himself. I'm talking about Tinubu himself, and I'm talking about who won the 2023 election, the actual winner of the 2023 elections. It is becoming clearer.
All right, let's not do that one again.
No. I'm trying to ask him a question. I'll be back to that one. It's a question of perception. So secondly, the question I wanted to ask you was, I saw the way you dismissed you said it's not the one innocents are doing. So I wanted to know what makes a company a manufacturing company. Thank you.
Manufacturing company.
Yeah, you said that innocent is not manufacturing, right? So I wanted to know from you what makes the company.
He's not manufacturing the engines, right? We don't know what he's doing, right? He gets the engines from possibly China. Yeah, they might be doing a bit of the body parts, and I don't know if they are doing the headlamps, the radio stations that goes in. So it's a part of coupling, right?
So what
manufacturing
percentage
of vehicle is
what percentage of local content?
70% of that, all the components of the vehicle, at least you should be manufacturing 70%. Then the rest are accessories that can be coming in.
Thank you. Do you know that innocent manufactures about 70% of the component of his vehicle?
That's my own view. Does it manufacture the engine?
70% of the car.
Does it manufacture the
Hold on now. 70% of the component of those cars is locally sourced. So is that not good enough?
What do you mean by locally sourced? Where are they sourcing it from?
I mean, I don't know if you work them. Hold on now.
Joel, let's speak like very intelligent people now. We drive cars, right? Now in the car, the main stuff of that car, whether it's electric or fossil fuel, the engine is the main focus of the car. V4, V6, V8, V12, whatever you want, even turbo, whatever, right? Now, you also have the stereo part of the vehicle. Then you have the body works itself, which includes the upholsteries, the chairs, Then if you want to do fabric, you want to do leather. Then the strapping round of the car, the roof, then the glass. You have the glass which forms the windshield, the back shield, the sides mirrors. Then you also have the headlamps, front and back, or whatever style you want to use. Then you're also the underlay that's the part of upholstery. Then the electricals that will go into the vehicle. So now tell me,
Emeka, most of the things you said
you said they are sourced
there.
locally, right? Tell me, where are we
But
getting these things?
Emeka, hold on,
Emeka,
there is no. Yeah, let me say this. I will let you continue. There is no automaker that make the total component of that.
No, I'm not saying that's why I said 70%. There's no automaker that makes it.
If it's making 70%, if it's making 70% there, it's a manufacturer.
No, it's not.
No,
What Emeka is saying.
no,
If it's
so-
not, sorry, Emeka. If it's not making the key components like the engine, particularly, what the shell is the carcass. Now the body is just the carcass.
Yes.
If it's not producing
What I will do is that I will send you the video of Innocent where he was interviewed.
Manufacturer.
And he told you that he's making more than 70% of that vehicle in Lewi.
Of everything he's doing in Nigeria.
I will just send the video to you.
Wow.
He can say whatever he wants to say. We are not we are intelligent people. Do we make car stereos in the country? Yes or no? If Innocent is making car stereos, you will see him releasing stereos, not just for car alone. He will be selling full stereos on its own with speakers.
Let me tell you.
Hold up, guys, please. Please. It's not for interjection. Listen first. You see him like the Sonys, what the Sonys do, what Beats. You see that they will make the speakers for you. They'll make the stereo for you. Go and play your music.
Emeka, what kind of car do you drive in America?
Go and play your music. Hold on, get my point. You don't get my point.
It drives a Lamborghini Countach.
Because one man.
Do you know why I asked? Do you know why I asked? Because I know for sure that if you drive like an American car, most of them, some of them, like the high end ones, are made by Bose.
All right. That's what I'm saying. You are getting it now. That's what I'm saying.
American cars use.
Can I get the? They are made not just only balls. They are made by. There's this other Cardo. Sony too, they get from Sony, but most of these companies are American companies. So that's why I'm asking: do we?
Sony is not an American company.
Sony is not an American.
Come on now.
Emeka, 1 second. Emeka, 1 second. Joe, let me play this video. It may answer your question. It's just about 4 minutes.
We all know this table has been shaking for a while. So I say, let's shake it some more. So over a year ago, I made a video about the IBM car models and the cars they look like. That was like the copycat versions of the IBM car models. But today, we're going to be talking about the exact same cars IBM rebadged as their own. Obviously, to be fair, badging engineering is not a new thing in the modern automotive world. Sometimes, automakers need to borrow from each other in order to build a car. Swap a few body parts, change some badges, and boom, you have a new car. Our dear IBM is like such companies that just slam their badge, bam, on already existing car models by various Chinese manufacturers. So yes, IBM don't manufacture cars. They simply assemble and slam their badge on it. So today, we are going to be talking about 7 Chinese brands IBM rebadged as their own. Without further ado, let's dive straight into the video. 1. The Biak BJ80. Okay, does this car look familiar? Yeah, it does. The IBM G80 is distinct for one thing. its resemblance with the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. But the G80 is just a BIAC PJ80 with the IBM badge. The mid-size four-wheel drive luxury SUV manufactured by BIAC Motors was introduced in November 2016 and is capable and also well equipped. Definitely one of the reasons why IBM jumped on them in the first place. 2. The BIAC BJ40. Just like the G80, the IBM G40 is also another BIAC, rebadged as an IBM. The Jeep Wrangler-looking BJ40 has been a center for attraction in the auto scene. The off-road-oriented SUV is one of the most interesting and impressive among the numerous Chinese cars that have collectively and quickly gained popularity and acceptance all over the world, the Middle East, Africa, and the Asia. The BJ40 is one of those Chinese brands that's just everywhere, and right here in Nigeria, it's called the IBM G40. 3. Zhongxing Terralord. The Terra truck, as fondly called by enthusiasts, is a mid-sized Chinese-made truck with so many names, rebadged in different markets all across the globe. It's the Imperium Terra E in the United States, the BIAC Terralord in Algeria, Katanka Umama in Ghana, and the IBM Granite here in Nigeria. Africans just love this truck. The Isuzu-powered four-wheel drive four-door pickup is a powerful, capable piece of engineering we didn't build, but it's a worthy carrier of the IBM badge. 4. Dongfeng Fencing S5X 5T. It's a more modern-looking MPV SUV thing. Okay, it's an SUV, but this is simply just a Dongfeng Fencing S5X underneath the skin. Inarguably the best looking and modern limousine ever. This thing is just beautiful. I wish we built it. 5. Dongfeng Joye S50. The only saloon car in the IBM lineup is not left out of the charade. The IBM Carriage. The naturally aspirated engine power sedan comes with a CVT automatic and a 5-speed manual. Plus, guess what? This is listed for sale brand new on Alibaba, so you can simply order for one. The Carriage is definitely one of the most impressive automobile in the IBM lineup, but sorry to break your heart, IBM didn't build this one too. 6. BIAC M60. The Inosin Ikenga is an MPV Inosin advertised to be the perfect choice for private individuals with large family and a perfect commuter's van. The 147 horsepower minivan is no doubt very impressive, built with top-of-the-line materials and adequately well equipped, and can seat at least 7 passengers. It's just perfect, but there is also a rebadged BIAC, which is quite dissatisfying. And 7, the Zhongxing Grand Tiger TUV. The IBM Carrier 4x4 is the first pickup truck introduced by the brand to the Nigerian car market in 2013. The pickup, available in 2 or 4-wheel drive and powered by a 4-cylinder Isuzu engine, is also another Chinese branded IBM car called the Grand Tiger TUV. In the Chinese auto market, this particular model is popular among law enforcement agencies in Nigeria. Nonetheless, the Carrier is one of the best IBM has to offer, and yet again, it's a rebadged Chinese car. Alright, it breaks our heart IBM didn't build these cars from ground up, but I know it's not that easy to build a car. We love IBM.
So I think the point has been made, and like Emeka said, it's just it's an impressive business, but it's just an assembly plant. Just like
one man, let me just say something. That the amount of time he put in that video, he could have used it to better his life. Anyways. One man. There is no country.
He's bettering his life.
There is no country. There is no car manufacturing company. The thing there is that we have a way of shitting on our own, right? There is no car company. Even your aeroplane, right? We know where the electronic gadget comes from. Nobody builds a car or a plane from ground up. So you need companies from other countries, you need companies from other sources. So that's the thing. What IVM has been able to do in Nigeria, that manufacturing status, is sourcing most of the components of his car from Nigeria. Now, this particular one you're looking at, right? If you come to America, there are American cars that has that front too. So one man, it's not like it is so most of the car companies are innovative. They also pick ideas from other car companies. That is not the issue here. The issue there is this. Innocent is a manufacturing company. Whether you like it or you don't like it, that it is there for you. But coming to say
if
that's what they call the one and the trade company. the trade minister wanted to build. Hold on now. Hold on. Let me add. Let me land now.
IVM as
One man.
You are taking
the
my
one,
space and you're telling me to land.
I say make I finish now. Everything you like to just like act like say you be this. Let me just finish my this so you continue.
You wanted
The
to
one
ask me.
the
You
trade
wanted
minister
to ask
wanted
me
to
a
build.
question. No,
The one the trade minister wanted to build, right? The one he said that made in Nigerian cars, right? Is it going to will Nigeria manufacture the electronics and all that? Sometimes we just talk just for talking sake, right?
Joel, hold on, Prestige. Good to see you, by the way. Well, Joel, what this video is actually telling us is that virtually all of the component parts are imported from China and then assembled.
It's a lie. No, it's a lie, one man. It's a lie, and the proof is there. You know, what
does it
if
do?
you don't
What does it
you
manufacture
don't know,
locally?
Emeka, you don't even know where the company is.
You
don't
came
even know where
in,
the company
you say,
is, but you just say just
hold
ranting.
on,
It's
Joel.
okay.
You came in and said you wanted to ask me a question instead of
And
you
I asked you
saying,
the
"Oh, I
question,
want
what
to."
is the component? And you've answered the question.
You didn't ask.
But you weren't clear.
Now you are not. I'm not asking you now. Let me ask you.
Please, one man, I send you a video. I want you to play that video, please, before this
proper question.
Please.
What component
I send you a video.
does Innocent manufactures? What component?
He manufactures his chassis, right? Some of the bodies, the upholstery is done here. Is done in Nigeria. Even some components of those engines. You know that in the Navy, most of these things you call engines, they do components. They build components over there in the Navy. So there are a lot of. It's called completely knockdown manufacturing. It's okay. Call it, call it, even if it is not partially knocked down. It's all right. But what I'm just telling you is this: that there are companies that depends on Innocent, right? There are companies in Nigeria as we speak today that depend on Innocent, for patronage. You say?
But we are not denying that. But again,
hey, that's my point.
What we're saying, what we're trying to say is, what he's doing, if you want to classify him properly in a sector, is still manufacturing. We'll definitely give him that. Can he do more? Yes. That's why I mentioned when I was speaking. Once you are manufacturing something and you're truly
So you
manufacturing,
finally agree that he manufactured the vehicle.
he's assembling. But if you want to put him in a sector, you want to put him in an industry, right? You want to put him in an industry, you will definitely put him in manufacturing industry. There's nothing as assembly industry. You put him in manufacturing industry. Now, if he's manufacturing, let me, Baba Jalikoko, please, let me just say, if Innocent is truly manufacturing, right? If Innocent is truly manufacturing car engine, you will see a trove of assembling plants in Nigeria. All they need is Innocent, manufacture the car engine, just put my brand on it, we'll pay you. I am guaranteeing you, you will see a trove of manufacturing plants. I mean, a vehicle plants in Nigeria. And likewise in Africa, because Innocent is manufacturing
please, I have a video.
And he will manufacture the engines. Hold on. You spoke for almost 45 minutes, right? Please. And everybody respected your time.
I have two videos here that we need to play here
Hold
that
on, your
we stop this
videos will be
argument.
played,
When you stop gaslighting your the only manufacturing company you have in Nigeria. Stop gaslighting it. One man play that video.
Hold on, Ekene. Let Emeka land. We were not even discussing Innocent Motor. I think he only even mentioned it as an aside. But then
exactly. And we were now. You see,
no. One man, the dismissive stance of Emeka was the reason why I brought it back. The way he dismissed it, that Nigeria is trying to build a new car company, not this one, not that one. Innocent is doing. That was so dismissive.
Let Emeka take the floor back.
Allow me to continue with my flow. Let's stick to topic. Let me go with my flow. Anybody who wants to bring up propaganda can do that. Let's not pivot to something else and grab this show.
All right, let me take
one man play that. You played your own video now. I want brought a video that counter your own view now. Play it now. It's not a one-way traffic.
Can it settle down? We're not doing Innocent Motors because that could go on for hours.
No, we have to do it because this is the only manufacturing company we have. Nigeria is calculating what they have, and they want investors to come. Play the video.
1 man.
Use that for
You know,
your
for
time.
education purposes, right? For education
Use that.
purposes, both for us here and for our viewers. I think it's not fair, right? That, you know, on this show, you will bring down a company in Nigeria, and when there's a counter, right, to that your video, you will not play it. It is not right. At least since you have played this one, you play this other side. Let us listen. We might learn
One man,
something.
you have to play that video if you
One
know
man.
you really love this country. You cannot claim you love this country and you gaslight your investor. And when we have a video to promote his company, you say you will not play it.
Woman, we cannot allow propaganda. People who play.
There is nothing like propaganda. You also brought a video here, and everybody allowed you to play it.
The video,
We also have
play
our
the
own video here.
at your
I want
own
you to
time.
play the video.
Allow me.
I spend data to download that video now. I spend data to download it.
Stop
One man, play that
interjecting me,
video.
please, Ekene.
Don't say,
Stop
you know, this is the problem I have with you guys. You claim to love Nigeria, but when it comes to telling the truth, you will not say it. You claim when people criticize you, you will not say this is your investor.
All right, guys.
Let him play it. It's not fair.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Just hold on. Everybody, hold on. We'll take prestigious interjection as the final interjection. I'll take Emeka to this topic on the screen, and then when Emeka lands on this topic on the screen, I'll play that video, and then Ajane Koko comes in. Prestige.
Okay, you want me to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to interject on this particular topic about innocent motive. I have completely verified it. But this is to Emeka. Emeka, you're a Nigerian and you're from the southeast. But to be realistic, you have tendency to downplay any kind of something coming from that part of southeast where you from. But you know, that one notwithstanding, let me go to my point. I've completely verified because I like to verify something before I can talk about it. Innocent motor manufacture about 70% of it pass. And that is even high. Even BMW, go and check it. Even the BMW import most of it pass. They have about 100, partner to build their car. About 43% of BMW, pass is from locally Germany, but from different parts. So BMW is not even up to 70%.
Where's BMW from? BMW is a German company now.
When I
BMW
make
is a German company.
I don't come here to bring a propaganda. I have to verify to know I know what I'm talking about. Yes, but a lot of their parts, they have about 100 parts people they partner with.
Innocent was not the topic of the day.
The same thing applicable to Mercedes, but Mercedes is not as high as BMW. Go and look at it. So a place that manufactures 70% with each parts. How can you come here and say they are not manufacturing any of their parts? I mean, no company does 100% anymore. You have to give them a credit for whatever they're doing. Whether their car is substandard to your own opinion, maybe you drive Lamborghini or you drive Rolls Royce over here. You don't even drive Mercedes.
And by the way, we've got one of our members at an event in Toronto. Peter will be there. So she's asking if anybody wants to ask him a question. So she'll video it and send it in.
I mean, Innocent is doing well, in my own opinion. We need to support them.
No, everybody celebrates it.
But anyway, that's all I want to tell you, one man.
But
I need to Google your fact. You need to find out your fact before you come here and make some statements. Thank you.
Prestige, I don't think there's a disagreement here, I think we all universally celebrate Innocent. Is one of the is even not one of the is the premier car assembly plant in the country, and I'm not sure that any African country can boast of that. So it's sufficient enough. It's not a manufacturer, as Emeka said. It's an assembly plant, but a jolly good one at that. So that's it. Emeka, do you want to take us to this space? Is that
I wanted to talk about that retired commissioner of police
right, yes, the Rufai Hussaini's Padima.
Yeah, guys, I wanted to discuss that. So I understand Rufai was a bit rude, but the man too had some questions to answer. Now he just retired, I think 2 days ago. And before his retirement, he has said he has been running that investment club for over 5 years. So as a commissioner, or probably I think
One man,
they
play my
promoted him.
video. One man, I will not be happy if
What
you do
is
not play
this
my video,
now?
honestly
What is
speaking.
this?
Ekene, did you
Woman,
hear
what
what I
is
said?
this?
I said I will play your video. When Emeka
One,
lands,
one,
You
woman,
already changing topic now. You
we're
already
not.
changing topic
woman,
now.
there's really no need
Emeka
for this.
you should
There's
play so that
really no
Emeka
need
will
for
be in the
this.
middle to respond to it.
No, settle down.
There's really no need
Settle
for
down.
it.
Now,
Because
wow.
what woman, there's no need for playing words. We know you are if you are manufacturing. People don't you see, we don't understand what manufacturing is. That is why we are saying this nonsense. If you are
You cannot
manufacturing
understand
things,
manufacturing more than the
if you are
manufacturer. You've never opened a company
manufacturing
before.
car engines, do you
You have
know
not
what
opened
it
a company
means?
before. You cannot understand manufacturing more than the manufacturer. What are you
You are
telling me? Play the video. Let me hear from the manufacturer. I don't
woman,
want to
there's no.
hear from
Can we?
somebody that
Can
give
I continue?
nonsense
Can I
analysis.
continue?
Play the video. Let
Can
me
I
hear from the
continue?
manufacturer.
Can I continue?
You are talking about manufacturer where you have not never owned a company before.
Emeka, sorry,
Ekene,
Ekene, don't hold us to hostage now.
I will hold you to hostage, one man. I will not allow this to slide. I must hold you to hostage. Unless if you want to remove me, you better remove me.
No, I'm not going to remove you. You know,
It's
I'm
just
not
a
going
fair
to remove
request.
you.
You played your own video that suits you.
Yeah,
I
oh
brought
God.
up a video. Play it to balance the view. You want to move the
Yes.
topic.
Emeka, you heard what I said now. Ekene, rather, you heard what I said. Mute yourself for a moment. Let Emeka give us his. He has the floor.
Let Emeka finish. But after Emeka finishes, he must play it. No problem.
That's what I said now. So Ekene settle down. Your blood too dey hot, and you're not even who are the hot? You are not even from Wari or Benin or anything. Emeka, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. So he said 5 years, which means he was a police officer and doing something else. That's clearly like conflict of interest. It shows at some point he wasn't taking, whether he was taking it, he was trying to answer that he took his job seriously, but we all know when he even was the what do they call the parade again? He was saying he's coming after Dangote. Clearly, you could see the ambition of the man. Then again, it's an investment club. Has that club been registered in the Security Exchange Commission? You don't run an investment without it being registered. So then he was mentioning, oh, we open our books on Facebook, we post deposit slip, we post accounts. What nonsense is that? You have a member of 1,500 people, over 1,500 people, and you cannot do a financial statement.
But it's not obliged to, though. That's his argument. It's a
members,
private
not
club
to
now.
Rufai. The way
Yeah,
he
okay.
answered Rufai is right. Rufai does not have the right. Rufai is not a member. Only members can request for it. So since he has been running this for 5 years, when the members or let's call them aggrieved members, just like what he said, that we want the books to be audited. Yes, it is their right. They've invested. You have to then you say we'll do an AGM to get auditors to come in. Why have you not done that in the first place? You are running an investment scheme. Now some of them are saying you are running a Ponzi scheme. It's looking like it. The Aden homes that he's talking about, I've gone there. When you go to the website and you're clicking certain things, he said they own how many plots. I'm like, the Aden homes, I'm not looking, it's not looking very reasonable, very professional.
Is that they own 600 plots, which shocked me. Well,
Exactly. That's why
where
I've
is he
gone to
getting the
Aden
money
homes.
from? Yeah.
From investors, from the Aden homes. That's where I went to. I like, where are the plots, right? So then again, he said he bought shares in the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and from what he's saying, that's the first thing they do, and then real estate, right? We can see that share prices are price sensitive. The sensitivity of prices affect shares. It goes up. It fluctuates. So members deserve the right to know what is going on. Members deserve the right to
Emeka,
have
what's the
things.
background? What's the background to this Lester? What's the background?
So I think the background is the editorial chief in this day is a member invested in this club. and he is part of the aggrieved 33 members that he is talking about, right? Probably they said the club is worth 20 billion. And it may be his utterances that is making them like, okay, if the investment club is worth 20 billion naira, let's audit and see the books. And I believe maybe his other utterances of him saying, I'm a billionaire, because that's what he said. So you're a billionaire. How are you a billionaire? So it calls for the members to also want to know what things are going on with the investment club. How does it value the properties? Was it properly valued? What are the value of the shares? Now, he said he doesn't have an office, but the office is registered. There's a difference between a registered address to a business and having a principal place of business. Many companies, even in the United States, are registered in either Delaware, which other place again? One of the North Dakota and the rest. But they are some of them are operating in California, Texas, Florida, New York, Chicago. So that you register somewhere and you have no primary place of it, that you're operating an online. That he was saying a lot of nonsense, and then talking, oh, we went to meet FIRS, we are paying our taxes. We pay our tax. So there are a lot of things that it's not organized properly. And so because he was a police officer, and I think he's probably the one running the show itself, even though there are boards of trust, the board of trustees available. Because he was a police officer, definitely he can't open a place of business where they can, he will go there, sit down, have staff, and have proper records. From what he's also saying, there are no proper records. The record keeping is poor. If you are posting deposit slip of what? That's not how to do things. You are an investment company. You are an investment company, and for you to even run an investment company, you must have registered with the Security Exchange Commission of Nigeria.
Emeka, do you know what I think? You see, these guys are learning fast from Wall Street. Remember when they had a crash, it was like companies going to invest in stock exchange, then in the stock market, and they had a bit of fall, during the recession that hit America then, right? So that's the same thing that they do in Nigeria. Most of this, they don't chop our money before. These people they talk, when we were in, I think in the university, these people, right? So what they do is they take money from you and they go invest in stock exchange, right? If they invest in Forex, and sometimes, they come and they pay you the money. But I think the intention, the real intention behind all of this is to scam the people.
Exactly.
Because
Number one,
because what yeah, because what happens is that
the main thing here is he's running a fraudulent investment company. Why do I say so? He's not registered with the Security and Exchange Commissions. So once you are saying you are an investment company, if you like, give it a club. If you like, give it a swimming pool.
Emeka.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you watch the whole interview?
I watched the full interview he did with my
because
wife.
I think you said you checked Andron Homes or something.
Andron Homes, yes. I looked at some of the estates.
Yeah,
I looked at some of the land that they say they have in Lagos, Abuja, and the rest. So he might be purchasing. Hold on, get my contents before you quote me.
No, I just want to help you a little bit. There's a difference between Andron Homes and what he does. Andron Homes is one of the leading real estate companies in Abuja, and what he said they did.
Andron Homes is not in Abuja. If you go to their website, it's in Lagos.
That's what I said in Abuja, operating in Abuja, one of the key real estate homes operating in Abuja. I don't know where their head office is. I'm not talking about their head office.
Sorry, how do you spell that, Adrian?
Andron, Adron.
Adron.
Yeah. So I'm not talking about probably where their head office is. I said operating in, right? So it's different.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So they said he keyed into some of the properties the Andron home has, right? which a lot of people, I have a lot of things with Andron Homes to myself. So that's number one. So number two is, you see, the whole thing he said, right, from how it's actually a cooperative and how they've been able to, obviously you can't register a cooperative as a company. It's not a company. It's more of like a cooperative, like any other cooperative. And it's registered with Lagos State government as a cooperative. And another thing he said was the fact that they had, they have their SCOM certificates. In terms of investment, it's not like they are selling things to people outside. It's more like members investing and and they are using whatever they get from those members to buy properties and investing in some other things, which I think it's still a normal thing. With what he said, if he says they had like almost 1,700, people, and if you do plus or minus, averagely probably like 15 million, which I don't even think is too much, right, for someone of that caliber to be able to actually have. And the other thing you said the Arise News person is probably a member or something. That's not true. That's not true.
That was what, if you play what Abati was saying,
No,
he
Abati
was
never
calling.
said that. But that's why I said, did you watch the full interview?
Hold on, hold on. What I watched, right? Abati, when he was talking about, was trying to interject. He was still talking. Maybe there was some, delays with Abati getting to him. Abati shouted at him,
so this
right,
is it.
and said, "I don't
watched
care what."
Let me just help you. Okay. I watched the full interview. I've watched this full interview before, right? The whole full interview. I watched it. So there was actually someone that wrote something in This Day newspaper about a day before this man came, right? And he came to kind of like a right to reply, right, on what that person wrote. What actually happened in this whole thing was This Day did not do due diligence. They didn't do due diligence.
Okay.
So This Day newspaper didn't do due diligence. And, obviously, Arise and This Day are together, right? And what Abati was just trying to do is to try to defend, the shady job they actually did. And the man, he came prepared for them. They tried every tactics. They tried the bully tactics. They tried the emotional.
No, the problem there was Abati. I think Rufai, you know how Rufai can be very.
Did you watch what Abati did to the man?
I watched what he did too. Rufai is too excited, right? And Abati, they didn't ask him proper question, and it's not their forte, right?
To the point
why I said
older than him.
Is yeah. That's who is. He was referring to This Day editor. So why I said that this man is running an illegal investment company? He has not registered this company. So whatever activity he's doing, he's already running.
What he did, what he has, no.
Hold on now.
He has not done
He has
anything.
not registered. He's investing. He's buying shares. Now, not only the members are selling their shares amongst each other, right?
Yeah.
So now again, they are loaning against the shares of members as collateral.
Okay.
So he's now also doing financial intermediary.
Okay.
He's doing investment.
Okay. So
he's not properly now. What is his know-how in line with the law? He has not registered his company in the proper way.
To register the company.
Hold on, sir. He has over. Hold on, sir. Now let me finish my point.
Okay.
He has over 1,700 members. He's contravening the law as it is.
How?
It is not a proper investment company that is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Can you hear me? What do they register with?
Let me finish now, then you can come in. I will listen to you.
Yeah.
Right? Now, when they asked him, how do you know the value of the properties that you have? He said it's the developers. Developers are not the one to value a real estate property or even a land. So that's why I said Abati and Rufai. Rufai was too excited. It's not their fault, I can understand. So they didn't ask him the proper question.
Okay.
How
Now,
can developers value land that you have? Then again, you bought shares. What are the value of those shares? He said they pay dividend. Now, in the first place, he owes the members stewardship, and that requires that you must provide and publish financial statements.
how
Not
will now
and
let me,
hold on, sir, hold on. And that
no,
financial statement,
let
hold
me
on,
just say
sir. Now,
something.
hold on, now,
Let
hold
me
on,
just say
pause now.
something.
Make I finish now.
Because
You
you are
will
saying
come
a
in.
lot of things that
Because
are
it is
wrong.
my topic now. Let me bring them up.
Okay.
Why are you challenging me on what my topic
Because
is?
you're saying a lot
Calm
of things that are
down
And then
now.
wrong.
I
let
will
him
let you speak.
interrogate you now. He's
You're saying
saying
a
that
lot of
You
things
will
what you
that
are
are
see.
wrong.
saying.
So let me not lose my train of
Let
thought.
him
That is why I'm
interrogate
saying
you,
you should calm
Emeka.
down. I don't want to lose my train of thought. I don't want to lose my train of thought. Let me
Emeka.
lay it all out. Then you will
Okay,
come in,
okay, go
please.
ahead now. Go
I don't want
ahead.
to lose my train of thought. That's why I'm saying you should wait. Now, that financial statement that you are publishing must be scrutinized by a third party to verify that what you are saying is true. The properties or the assets you said you have procured for the members, they will go and verify if those assets are actually existing and also existing in the name of the corporate, or the, whether cooperative or investment club or investment company. They will verify it. They will also verify the account details too and the balance.
He
And
said they hire auditor
also,
already. The
they
auditor
don't
have
have, they
done
don't
that
have,
too.
they don't have, they don't have
No,
anything.
he
What
said
he was
so.
saying, no, they don't have. Baba Jarigo, you heard the different thing. What he was saying is that they are posting deposit slip on Facebook, and then at the end of the year they open their account. What do you mean by open your account?
Let me know when you want me to.
Hold on, let me flesh it. You come in. Sorry, not that I don't want to lose my train of thought. What do you mean by open your account? Somebody must verify and confirm. You will do account statements now. Not open. What are you open? You are showing people balance of account and deposit slip on Facebook. Is that how you run a 1,700 member investment member? That is wrong. Then again, the valuation, the way the value of the shares, who valued the club shares, each unit, who valued it? What valuation do they use? Who who is the one that will sit down and say, based on what we have, this is the value of our share? Now, if you are very, I think Colata can back me up on this. If you are very, you know, what is running is a fund. It's running a proper fund. And if you have a fund, you value, and you are not the one who will value the units, each unit of that fund that members will subscribe to. So whatever name is saying, whatever he's doing, he's already, in short, if you ask me, this is looking, for now, for me, it's a Ponzi scheme. See, that's why the members said, the 333 members said, you are running a Ponzi scheme. See, and all the external auditor comes and verify what you are doing. It's not coming to say you came prepared. You can talk to Abati, you can run your mouth to Abati and what is that other fat baby jumping around on Arise TV. You can run your mouth to them. When the right people ask you questions, come and run your mouth. Larry, you can come in.
Okay. Number one, what you said, when you said he's supposed to, SEC is supposed to come in, SEC is not supposed to come in because number one, it's not a company, right?
It's a company.
Wrong. No, wait.
It's a company. Go
Can
to,
you,
if you read it, it's a company.
you
Proper
said,
one.
you actually asked me to talk now.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead,
That's
go
why you
ahead,
need
go
to
ahead.
give me time to talk.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Right? It's not a company. The operation is just like normal cooperative, right? And when you said they are supposed to publish their account, there's no law that says if you are running a cooperative, you have to publish your account. There's no law that says that.
He's not running a cooperative, please.
Wait
He
now.
said it's a company.
No.
He first said it's an investment club and it is registered as a company. And even when I was reading.
Okay, you are right. Okay, you are right. You are right. I drop it. Because you don't want us to
Go ahead. Give your own view.
Yeah, you don't want us to have a conversation, so I'd rather let you, let you say.
Continue, give your view.
Yeah. So that's number two. So another thing is, you see, one thing is for people to come within themselves to say, yeah, We want to put money together. We want to invest, right? And I don't think there is no law in public service rule that says you as a public servant, you cannot invest. There's no law. You have the right to invest as a public servant, which he has also done, right? And another thing is this. When he said within themselves, right, they have their own normal AGM, which every other cooperative too do, have their normal AGM. And during the AGM, they kind of like look at what they have, what they've invested in, and if there is dividend, they share dividends, right? Probably based on what the loans they give to themselves at 1%. And if they're able to get something from there, they share it as dividends, which I think is still within the law, right? So the whole thing that actually happened here, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think he has actually broken any law. He hasn't broken any law, right? So some things you are bringing in, to me are not right. That's exactly why I just joined. That's why I asked if you actually listen to the whole interview, right? Not just what one man played, right? Because I know one man cannot play the whole interview. So that was why I actually joined. But if you feel, and I cleared the other one when you said the Arise News guy was kind of like part of the cooperative. That's wrong. Arise News guy was never part of the cooperative, right? So yeah, it's I think if he has actually broken any law, yeah, the other members, if they feel aggrieved, they can always get to court and see if they can actually get the whole cooperative to do some other thing that they want them to do. So that's what I just think, right? So
Yeah, that's another route. I don't agree when you say he didn't say it's a whether it's a cooperative. Maybe it was initially he said it's an
yeah,
investment club that is registered.
That's why I said you should watch the whole interview.
I would probably, but the members who asked him for an external auditor, that's the right thing to do. He has agreed. He said they would do an AGM to get an external auditor. So there's something he was saying they don't run an expense-based this thing. I laughed. So, but for me, what I would say is, see, an external party who has no interest into the affairs of what is going on comes in to verify the books, ensure the proper valuation of what he's saying is being done. Because I think the things he's quoting is not properly valued. It may be even if he gets a proper property valuer who would come and value the land, it may the value of that investment club would go up because the numbers he's quoting, if you are not certified to be valuing properties.
But
real estate developers are not the ones that value properties.
Yeah.
So what he said, that's some things I said, this man, it's like they're not asking you the right question. I think those members who are fighting you, they know why they are fighting you. The shares that you have, what is the current value now? The financial sector, the FUGAs, that's the First Bank, GTB, Access, and Zenith Bank, as well as UBA, they've all dropped in market capitalization. Only Zenith Bank is able to still still maintain a bit of a trillion shares over a trillion naira, right? The rest have dropped. It's going down. That's what I mean. It's going down. So which shares did you buy? Which sector did you buy? And
Start to bring it home, Emeka.
How was it properly valued? So until then, what he's just doing is, for me, is taking money from new members to pay old members and existing members. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's looking like a Ponzi scheme. It smells like a Ponzi scheme. We've had so many Ponzi schemes in Nigeria that come and say a lot of sweet words, trying to say that whatever they are doing, they have underlying economic activities tied to the investment. Or lie. So you have, and why this is important, to save the interests of the 1,700 members who have invested into that company. It is better that external people come in, the right people come in, the people with the proper experience, knowledge, and skill set come in and look into the books an asset of that investment club, or else these individuals will become victim of another Ponzi scheme. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Emeka. So let's go from Emeka to Ekele. Do you still want your video? I think the moment may have passed. I think the moment has
No,
passed.
no, one man, play it, please. Let us see.
You don't think the moment has passed?
No, it hasn't passed at all. No,
One man, yeah.
The truth
If you
will
don't play that
always be
video,
the truth.
we play the. You just play all the video. Let's try and watch it. It's for our own benefit now. It's for Nigerians.
No,
it's not just.
We've already seen an assembly plant before, but if you want to say another one, okay.
Let's see another one.
Let's see the assembly
The
plant.
incorporation in February 2007 of Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing Company initiated a bold move into a drastic change in the narrative of industrialization and manufacturing, not only in Nigeria but in Africa. IBM for short becomes the first wholly local and leading vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. An enterprise that has beefed up the global product manufacturing accolade and fame of Nnewi, Anambra State and Southeast Nigeria. The vehicle manufacturing plant was commissioned in October 2010. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing was conceived to produce truly made in Nigeria vehicles, minimum of 60% local content, positioning the industry as purely indigenous. The organization has duly registered its footprint in Nigeria's and global economy with manpower strength of over 1,800. With its steady growth and uninhibited expansion, Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing (IVM) has attained the capacity to produce 60,000 units of vehicles per annum. The vehicle plant since inception has taken itself to task in meeting clients' demand, needs, and satisfaction, delivering unique, pleasurable experience at all times across its range of rugged automobile products. Operating in a full digital industrial setup and environment, Innocent Vehicles go through all essential quality-centered and standard production processes. Every section is knitted with uncompromising quality control and assurance.
One man, play. One man. I think we get the idea.
So that's it. Now it's just a panel.
You can go to. There is another one. The start of that is interview.
Oh, please, let's move on a bit.
That is interview.
Let's move on. Let's just move on.
I think
I sent you the interview of Innocent with Arise now.
And it's too long now. That's a
it's not too long. Just the first of it. You can just give it.
These are
just
promotional videos for the company.
At least it has confirmed there is 50% local content. So give me that.
Whether it's 100. Whether
give me that interview. Give me that so that people will hear his voice. And still the video of the man that is doing that wonder.
Ajakuta is not even producing steel in the country.
He explained how he has cost details now.
The best way to talk to you is question and answer. Where are they getting the steel that they are using to
He explained it in that video now. One man show it now.
He explaining it. Where is
he explained it in the interview now. Give the interview now, one man.
He can gaslight all of you and tell you.
They are still making.
What is
Ajakuta is still making some steel now. And besides, you can even import steel
about this car, something that is made in Nigeria. Just tell me what your issue is about it. Even at all you don't like it or you don't want to drive it.
I am not disputing. I am happy for the man. You guys are the ones bringing propaganda here. It's assembled. It's an assembly plant. It's not up. He's building it back. It's a skill set that can be used when he transfers to full manufacturing. It's still an important skill set. And Innocent will definitely transform to a full manufacturing vehicle company.
One man, play that video. I don't want to listen to Emeka. Emeka is not a manufacturer. Let me hear from a manufacturer so that he will inspire a lot of people.
You're behaving like babies. I don't know what is wrong with you.
Just
I was
play
not
the
talking about
interview where
I was talking about manufacturing. I was talking about the trade minister talking about saying that they will fund. The trade minister said they are going to fund, they are going to provide monies to those who are already in the vehicle assembly sector, and they are going to make them manufacturing. Is that not positive news? The trade minister, that was what she said.
60% local content is not okay for you, and you cannot applaud in Nigeria. You cannot applaud in Nigeria. All you have is hatred, and you say you are from Southeast. Very wicked show.
What's
very
your
wicked
benefit in
show.
this? Acting like a
Very
baby,
wicked
acting
show.
like
That's
a
what you
child.
are. Very wicked show.
You don't have to
50%
take
local content. You are not happy about it. You cannot promote, and you say you love Nigeria. That is my problem with you guys. You say you love Nigeria. You want to promote manufacturing.
You know why I didn't want to play it. You
don't want to play it. Don't play it now. I'm not begging you. Don't play it again.
No. One man. I think one of the problem was.
Wait, hold on. I don't think anybody is listening to Emeka. Emeka applauds the man's achievement. I think nobody can diminish it.
No, one man. That is not the way it started. That is not the way it started. Emeka was dismissive. Emeka, the first.
I know what I said.
I did not bring him up.
You asked the question. You asked the question.
No, I did not ask the question, Emeka. You were making a statement.
I said the Minister of Trade said they are going to support vehicles assembling plants to make them become manufacturing.
That's not. You said no, Nemeka. This was your word. You said that they are planning to build a fully made in Nigeria car. Not all this one.
That's not what the minister said. That's not what I said.
That's what
I said.
No,
they are
that's
going
what
to
Emeka said. That's what Emeka said. He said, "Muhammad, you can play it back. We can play it back." You said, "Not that one innocent. Innocent is doing." That was why I now asked you the question, and I said, "Emeka,
yes, I mentioned that. That's not what Innocent is doing currently, because Innocent is going to be a major beneficiary to the funding that the government is going to plow to ensure that Tril becomes a vehicle manufacturing company.
People are trying to tell you that there is no production without assembling. There is no production without assembling.
Your thing as usual.
There is no production. There is no production without assembling. There is no production without assembling. The man has made it clear.
One man, can we move on, please?
The man has made it clear that 60% local content. And I am disappointed at you that you can play a propaganda video that shows other side of innocent manufacturer, but you cannot play a real video of an interview of a Nigerian producer. You cannot play it. It becomes a difficult task for you. I am disappointed at you, one man, honestly speaking. You don't want to hear from your manufacturer. You don't want to play a video of your manufacturer, your same country manufacturer.
Play a little bit.
It's a disappointment.
There's nothing, there's nothing to play here. This is propaganda. You know how to play. They will take over your show. It's propaganda. There's nothing to play here.
Can innocent vehicles increase its market share across Africa? This is, of course, Nigeria's indigenous automobile vehicle company. Now, we spoke with an analyst from Financial Derivatives Company Limited about this matter about 6 days ago. Let's take a listen.
Actually, I think it's a bold move and a good one at that, because so far they've been able to expand their capacity in Nigeria. Of recent, they in Inewi is their main plant, but they created 2 new plants, which if you combine their capacity, they can make up to 32,000 vehicles in a year.
Okay.
So and with the support of the government, because I learned that they are producing Nigerian army vehicles. So the government is actually supporting them to make these things. And I heard, this IVM Connect thing with Uber and Bolt.
Yeah.
They're actually helping to increase employment by, okay, so you can finance this, you can finance these vehicles, you can get them brand new, finance them in the space of like 2 years, and then at the same time make money. So they're giving these opportunities, and I feel like if they're able to do that right now, they should be able to like expand and go into like other countries in Africa. I learned that they're also selling these vehicles to it's not just in Nigeria, they have market in Ghana, in Sierra Leone and the like. So I think that they can move forward apart from what they're doing now in Nigeria. I know that too.
All right, we're now joined by the founder and chairman of Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing Limited, Mr. Innocent Chukwuma. Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate having you on the show. So can you help clarify, is Innocent, a manufacturing vehicles in Nigeria or assembling? Can you clarify that for us?
Yes. Thank you very much for this question, because so many people are confused whether we are doing manufacturing or assembling. Yes, I'm telling you that we are the only company in Africa that doing manufacturing, motor manufacturing in Africa. We are doing motor manufacturing. As you are now in the factory, you have opportunity to go to the factory and look at it very well. By yourself, you tell public what you see, whether we are doing manufacturing or assembling. So I will take you to the factory to see what we are doing by yourself and see the quantity of local input and other things. Then you tell me what it is.
Okay, all right. Okay, can you comment on the availability of steel in Nigeria to be able to expand vehicle manufacturing in Nigeria?
Oh, I'm not a steel manufacturer. What I do is always give the steel dealers the millimeter of the steel I need. They supply to me from local manufacturing, and if anyone they don't get there, they can source from anywhere. I don't produce steel, so I don't know much about steel. So what I'm doing is motor manufacturing. I order the steel from the steel dealer or the steel dealers. So the steel dealers will tell you more about steel.
So
and they supply me what I want always.
Great stuff. So from your vantage point, as far as availability of steel, you have enough that you need to carry out your production.
Yes, I have some people that I give contract to supply me steel. At the normal supply me anyone I gave them, they told me sometime they tell me that some gauge is not available, but sometimes they supply me available. And there is a steel manufacturing company in Nigeria. I'm sure they are sourcing them from sourcing the material from them. Most of them, because I don't have time to go to the steel factory. I don't produce steel. I only give them order of steel what I want. They bring to my factory and I pay them.
Excellent stuff. What about power? What about power availability? How important is that in?
All right. Is that sufficient enough to make the point, or do you want us to carry on, Ekene? Has your point been made, Ekene?
You can carry on.
One man. Let's listen to him about how he sourced for power. I think it is important for other manufacturers or
what it is that you do in your company, putting your vehicles together.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, when we started this factory, the power station in this country is very poor. But today, there's a lot of advantages and improvement, and more hope with this diesel, with this gas line coming in. So there's more hope for power. So power is no longer the issue of the manufacturing today in Nigeria. Only that the cost of the power is high because of tariff for manufacturing is high, mainly for Southeast. The cost of the power is very expensive for manufacturing, but we are managing, and it's no longer an issue. But it will be difficult for young ones to start because of the cost of the power. Because if they can be able to make the cost of the power normal cost that the people living in the house are paying, but for the manufacturing is too high, and it was made by government. So if the government want to consider manufacturing, they will consider reducing the rate for the manufacturers. The manufacturers are paying so high. So many young industries closed down because of high cost of power. Power is now more stable.
Okay, let's go ahead, one man. Let's move ahead.
All right. I'm not sure that guy understood the distinction between manufacturing and assembling. It didn't
That's my
sound.
own point too.
It
Yeah,
didn't
when
sound
they were asking him
especially
about it, he say, "I'm not the steel manufacturer. Give them
Okay,
my
okay.
specification."
Hello, everyone.
Okay.
Can an external person?
It didn't sound especially literate, but Ola, good to see you. Abi, what are you making of this manufacturer assembly?
No, honestly, the thing is this. Sometimes if we don't understand something fully, we don't need to confuse innocent Nigerian like myself anymore. Look at it this way. You see, one thing is this: using the language, assembly, manufacturing. All those things are just a word of confusion because you look at it. What makes you a manufacturer is your product. Now, there is now a difference between whether you are importing a finished product and you take it to the market immediately, or you take a finished product as an input to another product you want to take to the market. Now, take for an instance, we talk about different manufacturers. Okay, look at Rolls Royce, for example. Different people manufacture engine for Rolls Royce. Different people manufacture engine for aircraft. That General Electric will manufacture aircraft engine for Boeing, for Bombardier, for all those aircraft. It doesn't make General Electric the manufacturing of that aircraft. The real manufacturer in that aircraft is Boeing, Airbus, or Bombardier, in the sense that they design their products. The product is what they are manufacturing, not the input. Whether you are talking of the door, of the glasses, of the tire, or everything you are bringing, they are just your inputs. They are just your content. So, but the finished product itself, innocent vehicle that is able to look at, okay, this is how I want my product to look like. Then, okay, Emeka, can you produce my door for me? Ajani Coco, can you help me? Can you help me with my tire? It doesn't matter wherever you are. It is practically impossible for you as a manufacturer of a product to say, okay, I want to manufacture the boat. I want to have I want to have a rubber plantation where I'll be using to manufacture my tire. I want to open my steel industry where I'll be making the foundry to nobody does that. But you look at various components. Probably we are talking of Canada that we have thousands of components going into the production. And we are now saying, okay, Innocent Moto now should now have a sub-factory for all those for him to become a manufacturer. Manufacturing doesn't work that way. You understand? So to me, when you talk of local content, I think people think, oh, local content is about, oh, it is fire, it is no. Even your local content, electricity, the amount of electricity you are using, your labor that is working for you, your water. Now, mind you, some people are working to produce that water for you. Some people are working to produce your electricity for you. Some people are using their vehicle to even to transport to your place to even support everything. So when we say that Kulata, you know absolutely zero about operation management. So forget, you can't compete with me here. So forget, stay with your data. I will fight you on that. So don't even come and tell me about operation management. So saying this guy is rebadging, I think it's diminishing. This is just a way of rubbishing people's effort. Because it's like we can't separate because all we be arguing about are things that we say okay because oh everything they are doing this guy is not doing like a backward integration be producing all his components himself it makes him not it doesn't work like that. So that's why I've said it over and over. Your finished product, the product you finish, is an input to another person's product. So that you have your separate product makes you a manufacturer. You are just bringing in another people. Now, but if you bring a car now from America today, you are not doing anything on it, and you take it to the market, you are no longer a manufacturer. You are just a reseller. You bring it to resell. But in Nigeria,
some weather are there that they put whatever Emeka Innocent is bringing. We have painters that we paint. We have some people that will fill the glasses. You do a lot of things locally there. So when you now look at all those inputs, where you now put cost value in your managerial accounting, you now put value on those things. You see that most of those activities happen in Nigeria. That what makes you a manufacturer. So I think where honor is due, where glory is due, where praises are due, you give to those people. Whether we like it or not, you may not like it. I know we can argue now from now till eternity. Some people will still not accept that Innocent Motor is a manufacturer. Then, if you don't want to agree, then go back to when Pan used to function in Nigeria, Fiat, and all those and Steyr and all those vehicles we used to manufacture back in Nigeria, and go and see the way the process runs. Or if you're in America, visit your manufacturing plant and go and tell me where they have the engine, where they mold the engine there, and where they do everything, when they do tire, when they do boat, when they do everything. So before Toyota can be a manufacturer. So whether we like it or not, Innocent Vehicle is a manufacturer. This is just a concept of production and operation management. Thank you. One man.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. You spoken so well. You spoke so well. Thank you.
God bless you, Allah.
All right.
And God will continue to bless you.
All right, let's cap that space off. It wasn't even a topic, and it's taken over the entirety of the session. But well done, Allah, for wrapping that space up. So, gentlemen, what I'm going to do now is we're going to do an 8-minute monologue whip round, and with your permission, I'll start with Folake, who has just joined us now. But just to break up the testosterone, we kick it off with Folake, Ajanle Koko, Prestige, Joel, and Larry. And then Ola to wrap it up. Folake, you joined us today. Flicky.
Hello, Oman.
Alpha.
I'm good. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. You are in Canada, aren't you?
Yes.
Oh, you
I
Canadians, eh?
Sorry, sorry, I wasn't able to honor your invite yesterday. I heard when you asked me to open, but unfortunately I couldn't. Because if I had come up at that time, my baby was still very much active and I didn't want to disturb the show. So I said I was going to try to make it today. How are we doing? How's everybody?
We're all good. We're all good. All the better for you being here. So what are you making of the conversation so far? Just free flow to it for a moment, or anything you care to speak about. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, I'm just going to be here for a few time though. I'm not really going to speak to the topic per se, so I'm just going to say one or two things and then I'll drop the mic. Anyways, what I really have to say today is just to plead with my fellow Nigerians. There's a lot of toxicity in the air. Trust me, it's too much. And I used to know something for a fact, like a home or a family that there's no peace, there's no harmony. There's a little chance of success in such situation. So if we all want Nigeria to grow, then we all have to stand on the tripod that makes it Nigeria, irrespective of your tribe, irrespective of your ethnicity,
but for
your religion.
Is it not you obedience that are introduced?
No, hold on. Just woman, I'll crave your indulgence. Just let me free flow. Just for a while. I'm not going to be staying so long, okay? When we stop shifting blame, then we know we're ready. But the more you shift blame, because let me tell you the truth. Yes, I'm obedient. I'm Yoruba. I'm not Igbo. But you see this notion of this competition of if you are against Tinubu, then you're obedient. If you're against Peter Obi, then you're batified. Like the earlier we come out of that shield, the better for us. Election is over, right? I know, yes, I can say, okay, obedience are being sore losers. But because which one is sole winners now? If obedience are sole losers, at least they have a reason for that. The winner Tunko, should the winner also be sole? So the earlier we come out of this shell, the better for us. Because now, just like we're just, I'm
Winners are
just talking
never
now.
so. They are winners.
No, hold on. But that's what is manifesting. That's what is manifesting. Because the truth about it is, sometimes just take off your helmet of being partisan. Take off the helmet and just wear the garment of neutrality, and then you see what I'm talking about. Just for a second, take off that helmet of being obedient, ratified, articulate, or whatever. Just try and wear this look of a neutral person, and then you see what I'm talking about. Because the truth is, by the time you point one finger at one group, the remaining four is also pointing at you, right? Because the truth is this: most of the things we complain on the other side, we're guilty of. Most of the things the other group complains of, we're also guilty of. And I want to beg our elders, please and please, don't use your voice, your personality to promote the division and the hate. Try as much as possible to just cut it out. We are all abroad, right? And when we feel, how will I put it? When you feel a form of racism against you, you feel bad. So it's very funny when you're in your own country and then, well, we all have the same color and everything. So it's weird when you're now segregating. This one is Yoruba, this one is Igbo, this one is Hausa, this one is. You get, like, it's very, very weird. At least for those that are doing racism, they have an excuse. They are white, you black. As in the difference is so clear. You don't need a microscope to look at. You get. But when you're now looking the same, because there are so many people that can't even differentiate, especially my fellow Yorubas. Anybody wake up with an idea like this, now, man, now, naibo, you get. So most of the time, so we can't even differentiate ourselves, right? Most people, when they see a Benue person, they can't tell where they're from. When you see Igala, you can't tell. When you see Edo, you can't tell. Just that some people are able to tell from the accent. But no, we are not united. So how do you expect growth? It's very rare before you find such growth. And that's what is manifesting. Trust me, if we continue like this.
Sorry, Brother Folake, can I ask you a question?
I'm listening.
Are you from that whaling platform? Your voice sounds very familiar.
Am I from where? This is the first
The
time I'm
whaling
engaging in
platform.
any platform. Which one
Eh?
is waiting platform? Drop the rhetorics. Let me be factual with you. This is the very
Forgetting the
first time
name.
I'm talking in a public space.
Oh, okay, okay.
This is my very first time.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I'm on this show. One minute, please. I'm on this
Yes.
show for the second time, and one man's platform is the only platform
Okay,
I'm
okay. So
actually
my
saying this
bad.
like this. Like
My bad. My bad.
I don't do this on and on.
Yeah,
I'm
no
always
problem.
behind the camera and stuff. Yeah.
Folake, let me
Right.
book you. Let me book you in for your third appearance. Doopsy will be having her show on Sunday. Nothing at all to do with politics, but this is what she's looking to discuss. Reject poor men. They are going to be your downfall. Nigerian lady advises women. So that's what Doopsy is looking to be discussing on Sunday. So if you are available, avail yourself. It's nothing at all to do with politics. It's more
I get it.
human, So a lifestyle sort of something.
I'll try. But like I just needed to say one or two things regarding this because I grew up very well in Nigeria, like very, very well. I came to Canada just 2016 or thereabout. Although like I traveled to UK for studies and went back to Nigeria and actually worked in Nigeria as well, right? And so like I'm very, very, very Nigerian inclined. And I know so much about Nigeria. Like I'm not a novice when it comes to Nigeria, right? So like this is the very first time we're having it on this edge. And especially for those of us online. The only problem I have is we don't know those listening to us. So we shouldn't use our platforms, our voices to promote hate and division, because the abroad we're living, if it's not peaceful, you won't be here. If you are being discriminated, or you are not you don't feel among, trust me, you would have gone back to Nigeria. But the fact that you feel among, they buy house, you sell the buy house. They buy car, you sell the buy car. If they use Tesla for here now, you feel go there, go buy Tesla. Nobody go say because you be black, or because like you just live the normal life, right? It's just the difference with the color and stuff. But imagine now being in Nigeria, and the disparity is terrible. You see, some people cannot even afford one square meal. The other person, they drive Tesla. Even if my generator, it will take charge in Tesla for Nigeria. So the disparity is crazy. It's crazy. So we should know what to promote. We should know what to promote. I'm just pleading, like I'm pleading. And this notion that people see when you talk about Peter Obi, it means that Peter Obi stands for all the Easterners. If you talk about Ashiwaju, it means that Ashiwaju stands for all the Yorubas. So if you are Yoruba and you say anything about Ashiwaju like this, no, you are wet. He doesn't speak well. Or you're Igbo and you say anything about Obi, you're wet. Or do you understand? Or maybe you are Yoruba or you are something, and then you say something, and then it's just like that. You just have to belong to one of the camps because of your ethnicity. It should die down. We should reduce it. The election has been over for like 1 year now. For like 1 year now. I've never seen it like this before. Like it's not speaking well at all. At all. That's why I like the Hausas. They're always united. That's the truth. Is when you go to the Yoruba man's office that you want to form respect and be like, maybe you feel okay, this one is my person. Though. Just to show that respect or feel belong. You'll be like, Eka Rosa. Especially in Abuja, they'll tell you this is an official environment. Can you speak in English? But just speak one outside like this to an outside man. You see the warmth, you feel the love. If I travel to Akure, travel to Lagos and stuff, you want to buy onions like this, or you want to buy all these fried rice ingredients that all these Hausa people sell. By the time you just ordinary yayade, you're good to go. Just speak small Hausa like this. The kind of reception you get, they will give it to you enough jara like this until wait till they buy. But when it comes to we the Southerners, we too know, we too sabi. Eh? My mom, the first job she got when she moved to Abuja in 1989, she got it because of her name, because they thought she was a northerner. She got that job because of her name. But no, that would never happen with a Yoruba or an Igbo person. And then we keep fighting and be dragging what is not there. Please, we should just drop it. Enough of it, please. I'm just pleading, irrespective of what my tone sounds like. Please, let's use this platform to build peace and unity, especially for those of the after hours section. Please, after hours should not be for any ethnic profiling and ethnic bashing.
Is animal is a zoo? That's animal zoo. No, you are.
But the fact is, it still comes under the umbrella of your platform, woman.
Yes,
it still comes under the umbrella of your platform, woman. Please,
you're right.
Don't connote what is not there. Yeah, please try as much as possible. You don't want to be a reason for one kind of you get what I'm trying to say? There's some kind of label not even attached to themselves.
I understand.
Forget the fact that I'm saying I'm obedient or anything. No, cut it off. Cut it off. I lived in Abuja all my life. I've lived with all the ethnic groups you can think of. And I've been to all the 6 geographical locations of Nigeria, the geographical region. Not upstairs. I've lived in all the 6 geographical regions, right? So like we are all the same. We should cut all this crap. Any small thing like this, instead of singling out anybody that are friends, we now label everybody. It's not fair now. It's not nice. It's not seeming good at all. It hurts feeling. Especially for those of us that still have very good affinity with Nigeria. I'm abroad today. No, be say I go retire. Sit down for it. I still have my plans of going back home. But by the time we break all the bridges, how do you want to go back there? How? That someone is abroad today, no me saying that here person go die quick now. Because I'm not for this one that one will grow old and one picking will just go to away me for inside the retirement home. Come they visit me on Christmas days. I'm not for that at all. So please, I'm just imploring everyone and I'm pleading, please,
All
irrespective of our whatever. Thank you so much. My baby is disturbing. I wouldn't want to interrupt
No,
your
she's not
session.
this. No, she's not disturbing. No, we're used to the sound of children on this platform. But well said, Folake, and I hope you
Thank
are
you so
praying
much.
that.
Please, I'll just beg everyone should please take that on board. Everybody, please, please, please. I love every one of you. You all have unique voices. Everyone has their unique take.
I hope you are not extending that love to people like Pansato. Nobody loves Pansat. I'm not even sure.
No,
Maybe
irrespective of the person, we might not agree, right? Especially if you do the kind of job I do. Like you meet people every day. Would you have a patient and then you'll be discriminating about your patient? As you get with a patient, that's why you'll get what will come with you. But you have to treat all of them, right? You have to treat all of them.
all right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Folake. So that's Folake, of course, who makes her second appearance on the platform. Hopefully, her third appearance to come very shortly, and then she becomes one of the regular voices as well. So she's admonishing then that we should bring the tempo down, not even a little bit, a lot, because the spike in ethnic what is too much. So I'm not quite sure. She didn't mention Duel of Nashville by name, but you can form your own conclusions. What's inspired that comment, Joel?
Well, man, and thank you very much. She spoke so well. It's one of those things. I also say on this show, it's something to. It's one thing to. It's one thing to. Critique someone, what someone is doing, and it's another thing to generalize it to be a tribal thing. We always find ourselves doing that thing on this show quite a lot of time. I think that's what she is speaking to. So she's not saying anything that I have not said on this show before, but she said it very well, and she has some force to it.
All right, brilliant. So let's do a quick whip round. Voices been hanging around, not been heard. So let's kick it off with Ajande Coco, and then we take it all the way. We take it all the way around. So Ajande Coco, you're up first. So to the conversation, your contribution. Do you want to pick it up from this headline on the screen? Lagos contributes 40 trillion to Nigeria's GDP. 20% of the broad revenue of the country are coming out of Lagos State with no known mineral resources, really, just the mental acuity of the space. But they are not satisfied. They want to be the biggest economy in Africa. Ajane Koko.
Hey, woman, you see, I love this topic, but as the usual practice, it's been a while that we have Ola on this show. So Ola is here today. You can let him speak and come to me whenever you want to. So let's go with Ola, since it's on. It's been a while that we had from him. So let's go with him.
All right, brilliant. Well said, Ajane Koko. So Ola, as Ajane Koko directed, I'll launch at it, the topic, or you can pick it up from whichever it is that interests you the most.
Baba, I thank you, but I don't even know what to say. I think I'm honored. Thank you, Baba. But let's do it this way. Because I'm working now, so the background may not be quiet because I'm just walking around the park. So I'll be back to a quiet place.
Do you have a dog?
Because I'm in the park.
No,
know.
no, you sound like somebody that should have a dog. You know, I want a dog, but my wife won't allow it. But I want a dog. Yeah.
No, dog is too expensive for me to maintain because the cost of maintaining dog is even more than cost of maintaining myself. So and I don't really want to, because small kids used to come around me. So and I don't really want to take a risk. So uh, I don't want a dog for now, at least for now. So
All right. Maybe I just go and get that dog, and then and then suddenly my wife won't have a choice. But I don't know. I just feel like needs to have a dog.
You know, when you have a dog, it's like you added
an extra plate to the house, Abi.
Another. I mean, another. How do I say?
Dependent.
That's right.
No, but they have such a good spirit.
Sometimes you
And
have to even care. You have to care for that dog more than even your child. Sometimes I'm not saying all the time.
you know the dog will dote on you. He will never talk back. No argument from the dog, and he's always happy to see you. At least you know that at least one person will be happy to see you, Abi.
No, one man, look at this from this perspective. Let's assume I want to come to UK to visit you for 2 weeks. Do you know what is going to cost me to take my dog to a care, to someone's care, just to money for me for that 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? It can be more expensive than what you need to put a child in a daycare for those 2 weeks. That's the problem. And this dog, you have to take them to the veterinary, doctors regularly. And if your dog misbehaves on the street, you can be sued. So it's dog itself is more difficult to manage than humans sometimes. Even they are friendly, but you have to be more responsible than you will be more responsible to a normal man when you have a dog. So it's not as if I don't have experience of dog at all, but I don't even want to entertain dog or any pet animal for now. So
all right.
I will come back. You can so I'm still doing some work around.
Okay, fine.
All right. All right. Ajaleko, go to you.
Okay. Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, Lagos State is an economy on its own. An economy.
Please, is Kulata here? Please, no verse.
Kulata, the comment section.
Tell her make you come here. Tell her make you enter.
Wait, you want bulala again, like you bulala.
I need them for this platform. I need them. Make it. Send a link. Tell us to make him come.
Kulata will be in bed now. Kulata is a man of sleep. He likes to
No,
sleep.
I've been seeing his wonders in comment section. So I want to.
Somebody they enjoy for inside in bedroom. If they talk,
I want to drag him out. I want
you
to.
Don't say now today be Friday night for America.
I get energy for. I get energy for him today. I want to
leave Kulata alone. Make them enjoy.
But I can get mic for you though if you want mic.
No, I don't need mic. Drag Kulata in. Like Kulata I need. Drag Kulata in. I got it.
Call Mike.
In time today.
Mike. Call Mike.
No, I don't need mic.
Imagine if I gave the moderation to Mike, Simba, and Enigmatic.
Ganil.
I'm not sure if you were there. I had to come in and defend Pansat. Imagine that. From Ganil. It was just so the guy didn't say anything, not the best nibu. I mean, God, you don't do that now.
They finished
Make comment. No, they didn't even finish him. They were just having a convivial conversation. But I think Pansat's voice jars that guy So as soon as he heard Pastor, he just came running in and he just a vitriol of abuse, completely out of sequence with the conversation. And I'd even handed over. I had to rush back in and say, no, now you can't do that. That's not behavior, you know.
All right. So as I was saying, Lagos is an economy within an economy, within a bigger economy. And as far as Nigeria is concerned today, Lagos is the economy that is driving Nigeria. Without Lagos, no Nigeria. Nigeria will fail. And you can see it yourself. 20%, Lagos alone, out of 36 states, contributed 20% to the GDP of the country. So that is the, the driving.
Apparently, as at now, it's the 7th largest economy in Africa.
All right. That's the driving force of our economy. When investors come to Nigeria, Lagos is the first consideration because geographically it's the most suitable place to have your business geographically because it's linked to the world. So, and if you add
Babaja, did you just say that without Lagos, Nigeria will fail?
Oh yeah, Nigeria will fail.
No, I think that's you're stretching it. You're overstretching it. Come on now.
Hold
if
on.
there was no if there was no Lagos, I mean, we will have an alternative.
Is it Anambra?
No, now, come on now. No, let's. No, I'm just saying. You say without Lagos. So if you take out Lagos, right? Does it mean that we're not going to have a replica? I mean, I just want. It's just. It's not. It's not just right. Without Lagos, Nigeria will succeed.
It's not
The
going
mainstay. The mainstay of our economy is oil in the first place, right? So I don't know. You get where I'm coming from now, right? So I mean, I get what you can say. You can better word it. It's not worded right. That's what I'm saying. Without Lagos,
Joel, without Lagos, our seaport will shift it to the south now.
That's what I'm saying. Now it's not like we don't have alternatives.
Take
That's where
all
I'm
this
coming from.
international airport, take it to another state now. I'm not going to have a seaport if Lagos is not there.
If there's no seaport, it's not like that's the only sea we have, right?
That's
So
not
that's
the
my
only thing.
point. So when
This is the only
you say
portion
without
we
Lagos,
have to do.
if you say without Lagos that Nigeria will not succeed, I think that is overstretching it. I mean, go ahead, brother.
Yes, it's meant to be a monologue, so we can whip it around quickly. So yes, back to Daniel Coco.
So, even the oil that you are looking at as what is responsible for the economy of that country, so many factors are connected to that oil that are in Lagos. If you don't have those things, your oil will not even your oil will be as good as, I mean, will not fit for any purpose. The financial base of that Lagos, of that country, is in Lagos. So who is going to fund the oil business? When you are talking of the banking and finance in Nigeria, Lagos is it. They are all in Lagos. Majority of them, like 90% of the banking and finance that drive the economic activities of the country, that fund the economic activities of the country. They're all in Lagos. So that is the most important factor right there that drive everything, finance, everything, business activities. So when I said that without Lagos, you don't have economy. Even go and look at the GDP from where are those places that oil are produced. Go and look at those individual states. Look at the GDP, far behind that of Lagos. The one that is even next to Lagos, maybe Rivers, maybe like 9. How much is it? Maybe like maybe like 9 trillion. I mean, how much is Lagos? Lagos is 41 trillion, right? Maybe that one is 9 trillion or something like that. So look at the gap. So, and if you want to add the GDP of other part of the West, I think they will constitute like 48%. You think 44 or 48%. So if you take the entire West out of Nigeria, Nigerian economy will suffer. It will be like economy of that. What is all those countries in that area, something like that. So Lagos is number one, is the driving force of Nigerian economy. So
Babaja,
we
Babaja, again, I disagree.
You can't disagree.
If you take out, hold on, my brother. If you take out the southwest, hold on now. If you take out the southwest, right, from Nigeria, remember, I know we give too much credit to Lagos, but Lagos was a creation of Nigeria. So everybody cooked Lagos. Lagos was not a creation of only the southwest. Now, if you want to look at more southwestern states, right? Now you go to Oyo, you go to Ogun, you go to Ekiti, you go to Kwara, all of that. And now you tell us what the economy is like.
All of those contribute like 28%.
So what I'm just saying, what I'm just saying is this, right? That if you take away the southwest from Nigeria, I believe that every other part of Nigeria will still do their thing in their own way. Let's stop stretching this stuff.
We are talking about the present Nigeria, the way it is constituted, and
No, you can't say take away, because most of those states that you just mentioned now, they still depend on subventions from the federal government, right? So you cannot just say take away. What are you taking away?
If you are going to subvention from the federal government, hold on. If you
You're
know
getting
how
allocation from federal government.
Hold on. If you want to go that route, then I will tell you that we pay more, we contribute more than what we got.
Babaja, it's not about who contributes more or less.
Hold on, everybody. We've got data to add to this conversation. So this is the full list by state GDP. Lagos 41.17 trillion, Rivers 7.96 trillion, Akwa Ibom 7.7, Imo State 7.68, Delta State 6.19, Anambra 5.114. No, it goes. I don't think the southwest states actually come. If you remove Lagos, the top economies, the top 5, the top 6 economies only has one southwestern state. So that's Lagos, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Imo, Delta, Anambra, then Ondo, Ogun, Bayelsa, Niger State, Kaduna, Benue, Kano, Cross Rivers, Edo, Kogi, Oyo, Abia,
My state number 16.
and on
Jesus
and on it
Christ.
goes. Yes, Katsina is I didn't even know there was an economy in Katsina. Sokoto, Adamawa,
you have
Bauchi.
nothing to offer to Nigeria. You are state out there. You have nothing to offer. So don't come here bragging, okay?
Actually, if you took Lagos out, the rest of the southwestern economies, they're nothing to write home about. Ekiti is number 23, Osun number 24. So it's not anything to. There's no chest beasting there. Kwara is nearly at the bottom. Only Yobe is worse than Kwara.
Let me tell you, if you do it geographically, the geographical zones, what is the GDP of?
Yeah, but if you took Lagos,
because of Lagos now,
if you took Lagos out,
if you take Lagos out completely, I think Nigeria will be doing very badly.
Yes. So, but what I'm saying, Lagos is the driving force. No Lagos, no Nigeria.
It supports your point.
No Lagos, no Nigeria.
But Emeka, see, if there is no Lagos, are you saying that we're not going to have an alternative?
Where's the alternative? Lagos is doing from Lagos to the next state, which is River State. River State is doing 7%.
No. See,
41.
Emeka, look. Okay, take away Lagos. So you want to tell me that Nigeria without Lagos, we're not going to have another seaport? We're not going to have another financial district?
There are other seaports.
See. Remember, we are
Let
using
us
Lagos.
Look at the way it is constituted.
Hold on now. Hold on. This is just common sense. See,
the fact
if you're saying that if you take away Lagos,
the data that is available now is what we should speak to. Without Lagos,
not hypothesis.
Nigerian
the data shows that Lagos is driving the country forward. Lagos is the one pulling everyone. So let's speak to the data, not hypothesis. Because we cannot take out Lagos. There's no way we will take Lagos out of Nigeria. But Nigeria cannot do without Lagos from the data.
Those were the words Abitelekoko used. That's the reason why I'm asking the question.
But the words are true. Nigeria cannot do without Lagos.
No, definitely. No. As it stands, no, definitely. Right? Nigeria cannot do without Lagos as it stands right now. Right? But don't tell me that without Lagos. It's the wording. That's what I'm saying. Not without Lagos, we're going to have other alternatives.
Without Lagos, we will not see the back of Kenya.
Why?
Let's be realistic.
Without Lagos,
we won't even see the back of Kenya. What you are talking about?
Hold on.
If those states can do it, the data will show they will be closer. It will be closer. Maybe 28, maybe 30 trillion.
So, Emeka, are you saying that we're not going? If there was no Lagos, we're not going to have any other seaports?
If they can do it, you will see it in the data. The data does not support what you are saying.
It's okay.
Babaja, please
go ahead.
The data
I think
Jewel is telling you, let's go by the data.
Go with the data. The data does not support what you are saying.
What data are you talking about? What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this.
What you are saying is wishful thinking.
Go by the data that we have.
Babaja, see, let me tell you.
Babaja, what Joel is saying is wishful thinking.
You are saying that without Lagos, hold on now, if you take away Lagos, look, I'm looking at the wordings. You said take away Lagos, and I'm saying if you take away Lagos, that means that Lagos is not part of Nigeria. Hold on now, you are saying that Lagos is not part of Nigeria. Are we not going to have an alternative to financial headquarters, another financial headquarters? Are we not going to have another seaport? What are you guys talking about? Please, if you take away Lagos, like you're saying, take away. That means Lagos is not part of Nigeria. We are going to create another Lagos within us. That is the point I'm talking about.
If you can create another Lagos, you would have created it. It's
No,
not
we
we will
because you
create.
cannot create
If
another
you
Lagos because
can,
we have
no,
Lagos.
let's speak to no. There's
Yeah,
New
no, we
York.
cannot create.
Wait.
No.
In
No.
America, where
See,
you stay, there's New York, there's Chicago, there's Florida, there's other states doing well. Yes,
those
even
states,
though
it is not
New
like
York
our,
is
those states are
New
not
York is the
those
powerhouse,
please. Those
you can
countries are not like
testify to
ours,
what
please.
Chicago
They are
is
not like
doing.
ours. Those countries are not like
Okay,
ours.
another
Those
wishful
countries
thinking
are
again.
intentional about
Yeah,
building
another wishful
cities,
thinking. Okay, let's go to South Africa. Let's go to
developing
South Africa.
economies.
Let's go to South Africa. There's Joe Borg. There's
Take away the white man from South Africa and come back and talk to me. Take away
another
the
wishful
white man from
thinking.
South Africa.
Another
Come back
wishful
and talk
thinking.
to me, Emeka.
How do you take away the white man from South Africa? Where are they going to?
That is why my point. Now stop
Baba
making it.
Janikoko,
That's why
continue,
one man I said
continue.
on this
That's why
show
Obi is
that
deceiving you people
I
up and
wish that the
down. Now
white
open
men
a brain, they
colonized
give
us the way we are
another
going.
rosy.
I wish the white men colonized us to maybe 2015, right? They leave us. We would have been in a better place.
Look,
That is what happened to South Africa.
um,
So stop making it look like it
Joel,
was like it was some form of ingenuity. No, it
Joel,
was because that those people were there for too long and now they don't have no place to go to. So the economy and everything, the white folks there, they help them. Take away South Africa from Africa. Tell me one black nation. Let us be truthful. Tell me one black nation that is doing good. Because our hearts are dark as our skin.
hold
Look
on.
at everywhere where we are located. Don't make me go that route.
No verse too
Our
much.
heart is
All
wicked.
right, Joel, let
Go
Adani
ahead.
take the floor back. So just so we can move the conversation on.
Joel, you see, if we want to, this is this data that we must stick. Let's stick to this data. If you put together the GDP of the number 2 after Lagos to number 10, put them together, they are not as big as that Lagos. Combine them. Lagos is still bigger than them. Contribution of Lagos to the
Of
GDP.
course, that is not
So
it's not an argument. I agree.
yes.
I
So
agree.
that
That
should
was still the case.
Joel, let Adani Koko flow. We still have so many people, including yourself. Yeah.
okay. That should tell us that Lagos economy is the mother of Nigerian economy. And we just have to accept it the way it is. That's a fact. It's a fact. There's a data to that effect. It's factual. And Lagos, every day, if you look at the kind of investment that is flowing into Lagos, direct foreign investment into Nigeria, I'm telling you, about 80 to 90% of it is going into Lagos. And that is what is putting Lagos in the front, because they are creating enabling environment that attract foreign investors. They are building infrastructure that make it attractive to both local investors and foreign. Even majority of investors in that country, there is no one of them that doesn't have investment in Lagos. If you are a big time investor, local investor in Nigeria, and you don't have investment in Lagos, you don't have you don't have no investment, because your investment can easily triple within a short period of time compared to what you want to go and invest in other parts of Nigeria. So it's the fact. And people never stop going to Lagos from every part of Nigeria. Everybody trooping into Lagos because that is where the economy is. That is where the money is. So it is a woman. This information is I think it should be a wake-up call to other states across Nigeria. for them to emulate Lagos, see how they can build their economy. They should make effort to build their economy and, make it attractive. So, what do you call it? Investors, both local and foreign. They should make their, books, the running of government transparent. They should, transparent enough that investors can see, and they should look at area of production where they have comparative advantage than other part of Nigeria and develop it. Because that is what can attract. If you have a potential and you develop it, it will attract investors to come and invest. They will come and invest there, and that will, stimulate that economic growth for that state. So this is a wake-up call. Lagos, they are doing a lot of things. Dangote is there. If they have not created a enabling environment, Dangote will not take that gigantic investment there. That is $20 trillion. $20 billion investment in Lagos. Do you know what is connected to that $20 billion that will, contribute more to the GDP of Lagos? And so other investment are moving in. So other states should look at this and see it as a challenge for them to develop their own space too. And, so that, and this, what do you call this thing? This coastal highway that they are planning to build again, that the federal government is trying to build from Lagos to Calabar, that, look, in the next 2 or 8 years, Lagos economy will, maybe it's going to be the second largest economy. Sorry, Nigeria is first largest economy. Okay, it's going to be between number 1 and 3, because that will definitely,
Lagos is aiming to be second.
So we are going to be. It's going to be
It's going to be Nigeria, Lagos, and Lagos being the main driver. Because if Lagos is second, Nigeria is definitely going to be first.
It's going to be first.
Yes.
It's a matter of time. So one man. Let me just let me leave it there. Let me leave it there. Where's one man? He has gone to rent the fridge.
No, I haven't got to read the fridge just yet. I was actually speaking muted. So Ajale Koko, let me move it around a little bit. Take it in the direction of a man of prestige. See if he's ready for us. Prestige, you're up next. Do you want to free flow, or do you want me to serve up a topic?
Let me free flow. But I need to start from where Ajale Koko stop. Why are we debating this issue? Without Lagos, the other part of the country will struggle. Struggle, out of control, before anything from the beginning. But I can't come here and state that without Lagos, other part of Nigeria won't survive. What do you mean by survive? So if you can't survive, that means you're going to be a collapsed city or a collapsed state. No, of course, Lagos is the financial hub of Nigeria, just like in the state here, where you have California, which is the 6th largest economy. Of course, New York is the financial hub. Let's assume you take California away, then USA wouldn't be the largest economy, not even anything close, if you have to do that. But Lagos itself, I can say, is what kept Nigeria going from where we are right now. If you want to talk about the current, whereby they contribute about 41%. It's not even close. So you put other state together from one state. That means the other state only about 59. So let's be more realistic. Lagos State is very important to to the Nigerian state. You won't be claiming the giant of Africa if you take Lagos away. By no means, it's quite clear. So let's leave that to that. But like one man said, with some of the states you just mentioned, just say go to the top 10. Then from there, the other states are not. It seems like they're not even. I mean, I'm from Imo, but I always complain about Imo. But when you go to Owerri, you see how Owerri is. Oh, it has nothing to do with what Hope is doing. He tried because I don't know if you all realize when he first got in office, which was like about 5 years ago, the first year he was trying to make Imo to become the second oil producing country in the world. And it's supposed to have been because I'm from Owerri and I'm familiar with all those places like Ebema, close to Iperian or something like that. Some of them are, some part of them are, are Imo. But if then you attach, what we have in River State right now, like Hope was talking about, this fight for them for we to reclaim what's supposed to be our oil waste. He won, but that was kept until the Supreme Court decided. I think it took almost about 9 months before Supreme Court, decided to give those oil well. I think it was like about 41 oil well to my own recollection, but I know it's in the 40. So River State won and took their oil well back. But having said that, we see, Imo State. That's what I'm speaking from because I'm from Imo. So I'm using this as a benchmark. Not that it means anything to the Nigeria. So that is definitely so. Let's stop arguing blindly. The importance of Lagos State to the current Nigeria we have is undisputable where they stand. So I thought it was about 40 or whatever, but you bring in this data. I've seen it previously. So it's very very high. And Lagos State is a service. It's a service state. You know, which make it a financial hub, just like New York being a service state. New York doesn't have anything like California do. So let's give a kudo where kudo is due, okay? That's what I have to say in that. So the next point I'm trying to is about the current APC. What they are using, they should spend more time governing and not coming to lie. Propaganda. That's not good. I mean, how many lie are we even going to say about the last lie? This guy just say people life are better substantially. He used the word substantially, not even better. That means people's life has improved dramatically. I don't know where he's getting all that. So that goes to show what APC is all about. Propaganda. It's not making any sense. They're making things worse, And Shetima speaking where whatever he said that he inherited bad economy, terrible economy from the previous administration. Yeah, it's different administration, but it's still the same APC. So they haven't given us anything better. They are still, things are worse than it was before. No doubt about that. But we have to work together, for Nigeria to achieve where they are. And let me go back to the other one you were talking about. I think it said something about things, the global this thing. They foresee Nigerian, economic situation to be better. I think that's a long time, that's why they're basing their focus and their barometer because what Nigeria could be. And when Tinubu came in and did all those policy is supposed to implement, and they're looking at it. From what I understood, I think the S&P, which rate Nigerian credit, we was B minus. I don't know what is it as of today. I think that was February or January, this year. We was like B minus until this naira, fluctuation start appreciating. We're in a very, 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 difficult situation right now. There's no doubt about it. So we should be trying to a way to cultivate to make that economy better. There's no doubt what we have to do. Work together, do whatever we can do. What other topic do you have, one man? Hello?
We have let me give you this one.
Well,
You
before
may
you
not
proceed,
know.
that lady, what's her name? The one, I think I kind of went out when she came in. I didn't get her name. What's her name
Folake.
again?
Folake.
Yeah. She spoke very well. I think that's what I'm not saying. Sometimes things wouldn't get out of control. But when it comes to something like this state, this tribe, it doesn't make any sense. But you can say, what I, what is what the politician achieve or what they didn't achieve. So that's what we do. We should try to maintain some harmony here. I think it's good, but every now and then, we just went out of context and start making a kind of tribalistic, and some bigotry statement. Let me go to the next subject.
Yes, governors disagree with federal government over new minimum wage. So that is the hot topic going on now. The government proposing 25 to 35% increment. The labor union wanting 615,000. But even the governors, they are saying they might well buckle at even what the government is proposing. So I thought when the federal government states it binds on the state governors, but it looks as though they are looking to take a different view.
Well, I mean, the federal government has the last say, particularly when it comes to the Nigerian situation, whatever comes from the presidency, that's what everybody will go by. We have the kind of government that we practice in Nigeria. Everything has to be, whatever the president wants, is what it's what we're going to do. No particular state have their independence. That you see where all the whole governors, every now and then, particularly my state, who opposed of them, every now and then, when Buhari was in charge, he'd be running back to Lagos. And I was mad at him for one thing that he did. I'm mad. He renamed Imo State Airport to Tinubu Airport. I don't know if you are aware of that. You should have left it from where it
That
was.
sounds like an excellent thing to do. That's
No,
good
there's
politics.
nothing excellent. Do you know who's Mbakwe? I mean, have you
Is
gonna read
he as big a name as Tinubu Mbakwe?
In where?
In Nigerian politics.
In the southeast. Go and look at when he was in charge of Imo State. I think that was before they split them to Abia State and Imo. I mean, that man did achieve a lot. They should have leave that legacy for us to.
Mbakwe to Tinubu Airport.
Did
he change the name of that?
Yeah, go and look at that. Go and look at that airport right now. It's called Tinubu Airport. So I mean, what is all that? That's what I'm saying. Everything has to be. The whole governors. They can't even make a statement without saying Tinubu, this,
Honoring his political father. What are you talking about? Is it not?
Why is that so? Why does it have to be Tinubu? You can't speak without mentioning Tinubu.
They will get more funding now. When he treats father well, more funding will come, more support will come, and to develop your state. What are you talking about?
So I have to be speaking about Tinubu? No, we need to be independent. We have the resources as an Imo light. We have the resources to survive.
When you land, is that your airport? Is Tinubu name that you will see on top of the hill there, on top of
go and Google it. I know about it.
You don't like to see that Tinubu name on top of
believe me, it doesn't bother me.
Is that
it was already, the last time I went home, yeah, it was there. I mean, I guess we never talk about it. Yeah, he just changed it, late last year to Tinubu Airport. The same thing Omar did for the airport that he built. I think he named me Buhari. I don't know what it is. What is it right now?
They are aligning to the center. You are saying they should not put the president. Leave them. They know what they are doing.
No, there's more airport. Where they can put something like that. Why not change Muritala Mohammed Airport to Tinubu? We have to respect that.
Muritala is a national hero now. We want to compete with me. No.
No. Well, I'm giving an example. Those kind of places like as Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport in Abuja. So those are those are national.
Airport. Now, if they put Tinubu name, it's a local airport. What's the big deal about it?
Okay, what is big deal and why it's not a big deal? I'm speaking of fly.
You are the one telling us whoever
I think I was just using that as an example how we become so everything is about the presidency, where we become so centralized that everything has to go towards the presidency.
If Obi is the president today, he might have even changed it to Obi Airport.
No, yeah. Oh, I'm not gonna dispute that. Let's assume he's the president today, and you have what's this in Labour Party, in each Labour Party, let's just assume some Labour Party won Imo State. They're probably gonna change it to Obi, particularly the one of Imo. They're gonna change it to Obi.
Prestige, you are feeding us fake news.
That's a fake news. No, it's not.
It is.
It's not. I know what I saw. The sign that was there. It's Mbakwe, it's not Mbakwe anymore.
You better just stop. Let me help you out. Breaking, Tinubu inaugurates newly redesigned airport road named after him in Imo. Airport road, not the airport.
One man. Go
Look,
and
it's
look
there
at the
now.
sign. Forget about the road. The road is, but up the way to the sign is it's called Tinubu Airport. What are you talking about? I've been there. I don't know where you're
Okay.
getting this news from.
All right, let me read it
Who
to
has?
you.
Man,
Wait a
man
minute.
of prestige. Man of prestige.
Yeah.
It's not true.
It's not
What is
true.
not
It's
true?
fake news. Look at this guy.
It's not true. What
Prestige,
you said
man.
is not true. It's not true.
He wouldn't dare now. How would he dare name rename Mbakwe?
The way is a very
That's a
strong
sacrilege
politician,
now.
and he's the one that even developed that state. I mean, let's say the foundation.
Yes, he's the one that built the airport. What are you talking about? I don't know. I mean, it's a cargo airport, you know. I mean, I know
So
the
then
sign
they
I
will
saw.
rename it after Tinubu. That's not possible now.
There are no the sign, the big old sign. Whenever you want to, when you're driving through or getting out, you know, it said Tinubu Airport. What are you talking about? I know what I saw. Unless something was
You're
wrong,
a
unless they just
Democrat
change
in
it.
America, CNN. You freaking fake news again, and one man went to know. Eh? You are bringing.
You say what?
They love fake news. There,
fake news that you
they love
Democrats
fake
are
news.
known
They don't research.
with your CNN. Fake news, Democrats, Chicago. I mean, what do you call
I'm
it?
not. I mean, what do I have
California.
to gain or what do I
All
have
the
to
way
lose?
from
I'm just
California.
telling you.
Fake
I'm
news.
just telling you what I saw. I don't know what you're looking at. You know, you're looking at the road, but have you looked at the airport itself? I'm talking the entrance to the entrance to the airport. Yeah, it's a newly constructed. It named Tinubu all the way to the airport before the sign to get inside the airport. It's named Tinubu Airport. So I don't know what you're talking about. Is anybody here that want to bet? Forget about what you saw. Let's ask some people who has flew to who has flew to
Let's
Imo.
bet. How much? How much do you want us to bet?
Just name it. Do you even have money?
Do
you have money?
let's make it 2,000.
You from a very poor state, Tennessee. Do you have
Give
money to
you
offer?
want chop a wolf money? You know good though. Eh?
Let's go.
2,000.
What you want? Let's go. Let's talk. Yeah, if you want to, I'm ready for it. I'm ready with you.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to decide by tomorrow because
who giving the money?
I'm not reneging on what I said. You want to wait and decide by tomorrow to make the bet? I'm gonna be here.
No, I'm here. No.
Why do you
Let's
want
make it
to wait
now.
tomorrow? Let's do it now. Why?
Okay, let's do it right now.
Tomorrow?
How much?
Yeah. Is that
2,000?
2,000.
Yes.
Done.
Okay.
If it's not true, then if I didn't come, you all can say I run away. Of course, I'm not going to run away. It
Are
is
you
done.
guys ready to send the money now?
Huh?
Are you guys ready to send the money
now? I can sell it through. I can sell
I'm
it
the
through there.
collector. Don't talk too much. Democrat, don't talk. You see Republican. You see your Republican guy. You were Republican. You don't talk.
Go ahead. No, I'm ready. I know what I saw.
Hold on, Prestige.
And I can't even imagine that it has been changed since about 3 months, since about 4 or 5 months ago.
Prestige, pause for a moment. Let me save you some money. Pause for a moment. Let me save you some money. President Bola Tinubu has officially inaugurated the renovated Sam Mbakwe International Airport Road, now named after him. The road redesign is one of the infrastructural achievements of Hope Uzodinma-led administration in the state. Tinubu is currently in the southeast states to attend the second term inauguration of the road Prestige, and the sign just tell you.
One man, why are you telling him now? Why are you telling him? One man.
I mean,
I wanted to eat this money and donate to Trump.
Wait a minute, can you give me the date? Give me the date. I'm not saying there's no renovation in the entrance and the road and and the terminal. Yes, there's compared to about maybe about a year and a half ago.
It is the 15th of January this year.
15th of January this year. That's when this article came up.
Yes, that's when it was written.
That's a lie. Definitely, there's a reconstruction of the road. Renovated. All the way to the drive-through. But talking about the airport, no, it's not true. You and I will stand with that. This thing.
You still want to hold on to the bet?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm starting by my word. I know
All
what I
right.
said.
So
Unless they rename it because some people are
I think
crying already. Unless
I
they
think that
rename it maybe a few months ago,
I think that will be
but
the
not
last time we'll
January.
see you here. Wait, because you run away. I'm sure.
You got my phone now.
I know.
Are
Yeah.
you ready to do it now, Democrat?
Send it
Don't
now.
talk too
Send
much.
it now.
How are we gonna do it right now? To
Yeah,
who?
Send it now. How do you want to do it before?
you want $2,000.
No, it's between me and Joel. Joel, are you ready to
Joel
give
will
I'm
me?
the
send his own
collector
now, but he
now.
will
What are you
collect it.
saying?
Baba Jali Coco will collect the money.
How you want the money?
You can sell
How
it.
you?
You can do what?
You want to sell it, or what do you want to do?
Zelle or Cash App?
Sell.
Okay. On the private chat, put your phone.
Are you ready? What do you call it?
Joel of Nashville.
Joel, are you ready, or you run away? Joel,
Unless you see. No,
Sorry, I
I
was
know what
talking.
my
I was
eyes
talking.
saw. I know
What
what
of
the sign said.
prestige? What of prestige? What of prestige? What of
Yeah.
prestige?
Yeah.
You are my brother. You are my brother. I go chop your money. They did not
Okay,
name.
go
They did not
ahead.
name.
why they
See,
beating your
I
brother
will take
now?
that money.
We
I will
want to
take
take
that money and
commission
donate.
from it. We want to
Hold
take
on, hold
10%
on,
for it for the
hold on.
platform.
I will
Waiting
win
for
that
sign your
money.
brother.
I
No
will
be
win that
business.
money, and
Why
donate
are
to
you acting
Trump.
as if you are not an original Igbo man? Eh?
No.
But where the
What
money
am
dey
I
come?
for?
We are
Joel
on
of
the
I
same
know
Nashville.
show.
it's my
Waste time.
You
eye.
Where
dey
they come
pity
from?
No,
What
money.
are you
We are.
I don't
Joel
know
of
what.
Nashville, you dey
It's
pity
my eye playing
money.
magomago on me. I
No.
know
We
what
did.
is
We
what
did.
Dey
I'm
We
pity
did.
talking.
We
money.
did. We
What is
Collect
did.
the
We did.
discussing?
money.
We did on the
Joel,
same show. He's a brother.
eh? We need to go and do your DNA. Why, when it comes to business, today,
No.
why
No.
this?
No. No. No.
Eh?
No. See. Babaja.
Business come.
Babaja.
You know what? You know what? Take action. Eh?
Don't believe don't believe everything. Don't believe everything you see. You see online. Yes, there's a road and there's a renovation to the drive-through and everything on the road. That is true. But
They
Joel,
did
the
not
main
collect
rename.
this
sign,
money.
the main
Joel,
sign at the
collect this.
entrance of the gate has Tinubu. I know what I saw.
Emeka, be bad man. Emeka, be bad man.
What
See,
did Emeka
Collect the
say?
but
money now.
Hold on. Ask Emeka, did he go to Abia State? Because most Abia, they don't have airport. Of course, there's no need, to be honestly.
We pass through
There's
where
no
now.
need for Abia to have an airport because the airport, where is located, very close to Aba.
How is it close to about Omo here?
Well,
Which one?
if you take Owerri Aba Road, it's in Ngokpala. So you have to drive through there. After you pass Abala, Ngokpala, you have to drive through that road. So I'm just saying, it's close to you. Even it's
Yeah, it's
closer to
close.
Onitsha.
It's close. It's closer
It,
to us than to
even
Owerri.
it's close to Onitsha than Anambra Airport. This is why that airport has the most traffic in the southeast, just because of the location. It's not that it's the best. After all, Anambra Airport is just a new one. I think Anambra State Airport is better than when you want to talk about better. There's no, but just because of the location, people in Onitsha, have to do their thing, from their trade or whatever from that airport. It's just the proximity, not really, not even to talk about Aba. I mean, Aba is very close. If you take that federal road, straight to Aba. But anyway, I'm standing by my word. Okay, so let's proceed. Joel, if you want to do anything, put it on the private chat. And Ajali Kwekwa is going to put her phone number because he says there. You know, so we can do that. And I'm ready. I'm not going to send anything until Joel is ready. So
Yes. All right. All right. I think. Joe may not be ready for all that, yeah. So Prestige, bring it to me in about a couple more minutes, and then we'll go on to Joel.
okay. So let me ask you one more.
Look at Joel.
Where
Where's that? Is in France getting his booster shots.
Oh, getting okay from wherever he was before
Yeah, from
to
the French,
to London.
from the
He was
French.
in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
To London. Them, okay. I mean, look, honestly, I don't have any issue. I mean, when you get to that age, you are bound to be, being going to the hospital for medical checkup. I mean, how many times he been since he been in office? 2 or 3 times, to my own recollection, he been to France. But I mean, we know he has some medical issue. So there's nothing wrong going there to to check on his daughter, whether he's going to get a booster or whatever from of some medical checkup. I mean, I don't have any issue with that because he's not like Buhari. In as far as I don't like what the policy that is being put Nigeria into a hardship right now, but he's not Buhari. At least he's speaking to the country. That's what a president. Not as much as I want to, but definitely he's not like a dumb man like Buhari. He said it's good for a change, but not for the economy. So the economy has worsened in the present.
But Mama President, let me ask you: can you be honest
Yeah.
and tell us what you think that Tinubu is doing right? Is anything that you see?
Well, he has announced a lot of policy, you know, that's supposed to help Nigeria, but for whatever, nothing is taken. The only place I can see there has been improvement is on the passport level, international passport level. That's the only difference. That's why it's going to be a year, right? I think next month, May 29, it's going to be with him 1 year. So it's about time they stop blaming the previous APC. I mean, they're the same party, but you can say the previous administration. I mean, start the blame game, and take over, Forget about what Bayo Noniga said the other day and all that kind of rap, Like I said, they spend too much time propaganda instead of
No,
finding a
I'm
way.
talking. I'm referring to policy, like
Well,
you
yeah,
know,
if you
on
look at the
every
policy, if you
every
want to be very
policy,
objective,
what
a lot
policy.
of the policy that he has proposed, they have put out there is good on the surface, but none of them has been able to make any impact when it comes to Nigerian economy. No, everything that's going on right now, for whatever it is, I don't know why, nothing is working. Maybe it's because of the way they started it, removal of subsidy,
One man asked a
the floating
question.
of naira. Even what's his name, Dangote was against it. That's what Dangote said. He said the floating naira was a bad thing. He said
So,
it.
what do you think you should have done different?
I don't know. That's why I'm not in
To that
government.
floating of naira. No.
That's why I'm not in the government. I can't even know what he could have done. Could have done better. I don't know, honestly.
Do
But
you
what
think?
I'm saying, if I have a proposal, what I would have, he would have started, at least do some revolutionary something. It doesn't matter. Security. I mean, take it, hands down, and start tackle that one. All this corruption. I mean, tackle all this corruption. I think electricity. If they have invested more time,
So what you are
of
saying,
this.
you should have continued defending that naira, not float it. You should have
Yes.
continued defending, borrowing money to defend it because.
Well, when they were borrowing money, is it not better? But
But the country
maybe by now
that
they
is
would have
just
started
bankrupted.
implementing. If they have,
That
what I mean, if they have started left it where it was, maybe by now, maybe it's after 6 months or a year, then it start, say, okay, I'm gonna remove fuel subsidy. The economy would have been where it is right now. So I'm not giving him any credit for anything. No, I mean, whether the policy is good, the way they have it. I mean, some of them that have been implemented, it's not yielding any result because you can't. I mean, you can't give me any tangible stuff he has accomplished. Can you give me any tangible one, Ajalikoga? Just one. Apart from the international passport or international, in that area, if you go to Atlanta or Washington D.C., is that Washington D.C. or New York, where you can get your passport or something like. It's much easier because I have somebody who loves their passport. Of course, he can go back to Nigeria with that passport, but he said he doesn't want to, do all those hurries. So, he traveled to Atlanta. He live in Florida, I'm good. Yeah. I mean, you can't take an appointment and they don't take phone. So he traveled to Atlanta and get his passport renewed. So they have to send him, his passport. He just got it recently. And it took him almost like about a month for them to mail it to him. And it was completed within a week or so. So that process is running smoothly. So that's the only thing I can think about. Angelico, just tell me one thing, then I can think about it. Tell me one thing, he can say he has done that has improved it,
no,
that has improved
no.
the Nigerian people life substantially or just improve them. Can you tell me one?
No, you see, the policy concerning the floating of naira, I don't know what he would have done different because
what Buhari left behind and the system that Buhari, the policy that Buhari was running, borrowing to defend, is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. We will have that was, I mean, largely responsible for, serious, debt, indebtedness that we
Well,
have.
we're already in that, we're already in that predicament. I mean, very close to.
You know, Buhari was.
Okay, wait a minute, Ajalekoka. What has he done different? Is the same APC? Is he not practically implementing the same policy Tinubu was doing Buhari was doing when he was in office for 8 years?
No. It's not the same. Buhari was defending the naira, borrowing to defend the naira.
Okay, that one, right?
Hold on. Tinubu said, "Look, I'm going to allow this naira to find its level, to find its worth and rate. I'm not going to defend it."
Okay, but don't you think he should have done the main fundamental first?
And then,
like all those loophole, try to close the loophole. That's why I said within 6 months or something like that. But he did it the first month or so. All those people holding dollars and something like that, the buyers and everything. Don't you think he should have done the fundamental first?
Buhari was doing, which was oil subsidy, payment for oil subsidy, he stopped it. He said it's not going to pay oil subsidy anymore because we don't even have the money. We are borrowing to pay subsidy.
Okay, Angelica, you're talking about oil subsidy, right? I think we're getting more forest right now because from my understanding,
and now,
we're supposed to be having about 1.6.
And now,
1.6.
Do you know that have saved us a lot of money?
Yes, he has saved up a lot.
Save us
a lot of money, but we're getting more money from oil right now because the last time I checked, we supposed to be, our quota supposed to be 1.6 million. Right now, the last time I checked, it was 1.35. 1.35. So we are close to 1.6. But what are they doing with the whole forest? Why are they still borrowing? If our revenue from oil has increased because of how much, how much OPEC is producing. I mean, how much NMTC is producing, given on OPEC guideline, which is 1.6. We are right now 1.36. It might be 1.39 or 1.4 right now. So what are they doing with all those forests they are getting? I mean, are they stealing it? Are they embezzling it?
Hold on. If you say what are they doing, is it?
Yeah, with more forest, we are getting more forest right now. What are they doing with it?
Look. If you say, most of the savings that they are making on that oil subsidy remover.
No, Adaleko, don't be saying that because they didn't remove any. They didn't remove it.
Hold on now. Yeah, maybe they're still doing some intervention, which is normal. A country cannot be acting irresponsible by not doing some, people's oriented program or what is good to stabilize the economy. A country cannot be so irresponsible. Administration cannot be and say, okay, we are not going to do it. They still have to go through the back door to do some things so that to stabilize, the economic, to have economic stability. But
okay,
a lot of
judging by what they did.
Hold on. That allocation to states has increased. They have increased it. That's what is responsible for that increase is the savings they are making from the oil subsidies that they are not paying for as they used to during the Buhari's time. So the situation we have to look at it, not one side. Let's look at both sides of it. How was it during the Buhari time? How is it now? What did Buhari, did wrong, and what is it doing to correct what Buhari is doing wrong? Did wrong. We have to look at it so that to balance it. I'm not saying that the situation is good.
I'm not saying that Nigerians are not going to suffer through hardship, but what was it that Buhari was doing very, very wrong that, they are correcting? A lot of things that we have seen they are correcting, particularly in the central bank, the way that they were looting money, Emefiele, and all the shady deals that Emefiele were doing back then, everything is being stopped now. So we have
Okay. Well, hold on, Adalko. You can say
All
that
right,
because
respond to
because
that
they are still. I mean,
to
this present government is still, is still in charge of the administration. We don't know. We don't know what's gonna be the outcome. Let's assume they leave in 2000 in 2027. Then we'll be knowing everything, how they embezzle money and everything. You don't know. We don't know right now. I'm not saying they are doing it, but some of them are doing it. I mean. So we can't really judge them on that, whether they have been able to close all the loophole or stop all this corruption, or minimize the corruption until they actually get out of the office. But we have to base it on the surface where what we are seeing right now, because I'm making my point holistically from what I see at the present. That's where I'm painting my judgment. I mean, it's not a good state right now where we are.
all right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic man of prestige. So prestige, four time. Let me go on from you to Joel, who hopefully is still there. Joel, you're up next.
Yeah, one man, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to Nigerians. Man of prestige, your submissions tonight was a good one. But the thing there is that I want to talk about the last topic you brought up with Babaja as regarding to Nigeria and where Nigeria is headed. You see, the honest truth is that this government don't seem to have a policy direction. I cannot call you now and say, hey, where is Nigeria headed? And you say, okay, I can pinpoint it. A lot of things have happened since he came into power. The removal of subsidy was the right thing to do. But was it well thought out? No. So whenever you want to carry out an action, you have to, do an assessment, on the impact of such a of such actions. It was not well thought out, and that is the reason why we are crying the way we are crying. Prior to the election, we all agreed. I mean, I don't know, for some of us who did not agree to that, I agreed too. And that thought was pushed forward by Peter Obi, where he questioned the amount of petroleum product that we consume in a day. Today, no arrest has been made. Everything just died down. So you cannot just come out. There are things we look at, there are gauge, there are benchmarks that you use to gauge a government that you have some expectations from. The Tinubu government has shown to be a government of secrecy, right? If El-Rufai did not come out to tell us that we still pay subsidy, Nigeria, we move on because we do not read. We do not research. We don't try to find out. So the issue with Tinubu and how he runs this country, I mean, a policy is as good as its implementation. But if its implementation too is not having any impact on the lives of the people, then of what use is that policy? You took out subsidy. You took out subsidy for electricity. Just like that, carelessly, irresponsibly, like someone that went to just someone just went to sell a drug, like street drug racketeering. That is what we see. That's the kind of action, sharp, sharp. You took out subsidy, just like that. No accommodation for transportation. It was biting hard. The power, the buying power of the people reduced. The companies who depended on the people to sell their products also reduced. They started feeling the impact, and some of them ran away. And when they run away, the next thing the APC propagandists will say is that, oh, it was a company's decision. How many companies have left Nigeria? Everything is about the company is downsizing. It's a policy thing from the company. And Koko, you asked what Tinubu could have done differently. I will tell you a bit. Your low-hanging fruit. Tinubu allows companies to leave Nigeria. Tinubu allowed companies to die in Nigeria. That is one of his biggest undoing. All the while, he was busy running around trying to get, because when you have a stolen mandate, you always try to look for validation. So in the process of traveling, going around, he was selling us to IMF. What we are seeing in Nigeria is clearly the policies of IMF. And that is why they're giving him the rating. It wasn't something that they properly sat down and thought out. So you cannot just come in. I mean, you should know. And somebody will come and say somebody is smart. No. You see, Babaja, you see, I think our problem is that we think so high of ourselves. We want to be the America, the China overnight. Sometimes what our economy needs for now, our economy is not that sophisticated. Our economy is not that strong. We are like 200 years behind. Let's start with those baby steps. Let's not think that, by coming to speak grammar, let us bring what they look. The dangers of lifting in the Nigeria economy, both on the social end, both in the public sector, cannot be overemphasized. It is clearly a disgrace. Every part of our lives we have dedicated to less research and more lifting. Religion, we did that. You have seen the way it is treating us. Anybody can now come and make yeye of our religion. Because you know why? Because the ones that we have there, they've soiled their hands. You can deceive some people sometimes, but you can't deceive everybody all the time. Over the years, Nigeria have started seeing that these churches, mosques, and all that, they are merely business centers. Especially many of them. And if you listen to Adams and Shomole the other day, he captured it. I mean, he didn't say anything different than what we were saying. But you see, that is what I'm talking about. The design within the society, the culture. Rufai will say, culture will eat strategy for breakfast. Tinubu has not been able to change that culture. So Tinubu could have gone into the invested in the low-hanging fruit. Look at the subsidy we are paying. As first and foremost, stop the siphoning of our oil or petroleum products into other African nations. When we talk about it, you say, oh, they are smugglers. No. If people could smuggle across your border, it means that somebody is not doing their job. Identify the amount of a petroleum product that you are using. We said this thing prior to the election. I thought somebody was listening. Reduce the amount. If it is now, we know it's no more about 70 or 80,000 because P2B did the mathematics. He compared us with Pakistan. And today, that is what we are using. And that is what we are paying for, according to what they say, about 40,000. That was what P2B was saying. So if it is 40,000, it means that you've been able to save some money from the 80,000 you were paying before. So instead of you going from no subsidy, you can now do it incrementally. You can say, okay, since now this money we are paying for this subsidy has really reduced. Okay, let us subsidize by maybe 20 or 30%. You increase by 100 or 150, it will bite, but the people will cope. Then you do it incrementally. But first and foremost, you have to invest in agriculture. You say there's no security. No. There's insecurity in the north, but that does not mean that the amount of free land that is in the north as it stands today that are secured cannot feed us. And we always want to say the north. What are we doing in the south? If there was no north, can't we feed ourselves? So those are lazy thinking. There are products that could, germinate in 4 months. Grains. You're talking about the corns, the wheat, and all that, the sorghum, and all that. So those are your long-hanging fruits. How long has Tinubu been in power? Is it not close to a year? We would have done 2 circles of corn and wheat and sorghum. So that is the issue. Why he was busy going out there looking for investors. The investors he had at home is leaving. Where is the common sense? And today we are talking about the coastal road and coastal what? You are killing the same businesses that employs people. On that stretch, that I know, on that stretch, for that thing alone, at least 10,000 people, 10,000 direct jobs was lost. About over 10,000 indirect jobs was lost over a project that we will not use in about 8 years, or something that could be designed differently. That already we have a route. The idea that within that Lagos area that we do not have a beach. If you are coming from the VI down to Lekki, that we do not have a beach, it's even a bigger disgrace. The amount of money we've lost. We are talking about also Elegushi and all those areas. If we lost those areas, Are you kidding me? Then where is the beach? Instead, you're going to make that line a hotline. Expand it more. If you could create Atlantic City, you could even beautify the shoreline, the beachfront. Take the road inside a little bit and roll your road, if that was so important. One man, I have some videos I would have sent to you on the state of our roads. And you ask yourself, if we live in a country that thinks, there is no way we could have allowed over 30-something people die in an accident, stuck on a bad road. That is what we're talking about. We have roads that are not being maintained. We have roads that are death traps. In fact, there was one that was making the round. The trailer was, the tanker flipped. That is a country. And you're building coastal road. So, one man, it's about priority. And that we have not seen in Tinubu's government. One man, I said it on this show, I said that Anesina Otoaho, Amautonsi. From fat, you can be able to tell the taste of a poop. When we came into government, and the first thing they were doing was, to renovate the VP's government residential area. I said, we are back at it. I told you guys, we can save a lot in this country, and even if it's the 125 to 150,000, we can still pay our workers. But we are so wasteful, and the Tinubu government is doing nothing to curb the wastage in governance. So, one man, I'm going to leave it there so that someone else can talk.
All right, brilliant. So you leave it there, Joel, and I think we'll be leaving it for the day. I have to go and drop somebody at the airport in about 2-3 hours. And none of my co-hosts are available. So we're going to be wrapping it up. But Remy turns up at the last minute, so he can have the final word. But before we go to Remy and the final word from him, let me just do a bit of the usual, just housekeeping. Super chatters are Ayo, of course. We always mention Ayo. So that's Ayo. And we don't mention him once. We mention him severally. So as I'm speaking, I'm clicking through. And all those changes you're seeing on the screen, that's Ayo super chatting to the space. Olatubosun interrupts him there, coming into that space. One Nigeria passed by is just to acknowledge Ekene and his victory earlier on. XYZ, he is in that space too. Adaban Pogede, I have my suspicion on who this might be. Kulata, when he's not on the screen, he usually supercharts. Adaban Pogede is still carrying on still. Kulata carries on with the conversation he's having. Ayo, of course, asserts his authority yes again. And Oladipo, he comes into that space as well to say whatever it is that he's saying with that super chat. So thank you to all those. And then before we go on to Remy, who's only going to have about 3 minutes because I really have to bail. Before we go on to Remy, let me signpost you in the direction of Doopsy's show on Sunday. So that's it on your screen right there. And the link to Doopsy's session for Sunday in the comment section already. So Doopsy will be asking this, she'll be addressing this post put out by this lady. Reject poor men. They are going to be your downfall. Nigerian lady advises women. So Does she agree or disagree? Well, you turn up on Sunday and then you'll find out. So click on the link in the comment section, bookmark that. I'm sure Remy will be there. Remy, now you came in last minute. Let's hear just a couple of words from you, and then we'll call it a day.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. I'll quickly just say about things you guys have been discussing about the removal of subsidy and the floating of the currency. First and foremost, we must also understand where are we coming from and how do we get there. Even before this new president came in, there is a provision in the budget that the subsidy will be removed by July, and it came in by May 29, if my memory serves me right. It's just 1 month. And if it does not, and before that, we have been like borrowing money left and right for recurrent expenditure and also for payment of salary and whatever. Some of the states they are not paying, some are still defaulting. So we cannot continue to borrow money just because we want to subsidize our fuel, which majority of it are being found in Benin, Ghana, Cameroon, and the rest of the West African or Central African area. So I think the best thing is he has to do is that he has to remove it as quickly as possible, which he does, which I think is good for the country. So when you just oppose the advantage and disadvantage between the two, the advantage far outweighs the disadvantages. So from now, most of the governors have increased allocation and they were able to meet some of their obligations. And some can also borrow money for infrastructure development, but it depends on every state plan. First and foremost, Nigerians should realize that we are practicing democracy. The president does not have power to tell a state what to use its allocation for. That is why they have their own state assembly for checks and balances. So when you come here and you put all the blame on the floor of the president, you are totally wrong. Everybody have to at least get himself about the constitution and how it's being practiced in Nigeria. We have separation of power. So when you said, okay, you should have come in, plant rice, plant meat, plant this, of course they can lead the policy, but it depends on the state. If any state want to go in that direction, they will go. Like we are talking today, who taught Niger State governor to do what he's doing? So nobody stop Anambra to, if he has a big land, to produce rice or produce whatever they have in their domain. So we should not be putting all the blame on the doorstep of the central government every time. There is separation of power, and every state, every governor that knows his honors know what to do. That's about that. In floating the naira, even if, because we are also subsidizing the naira, which is not supposed to be. If it did not float that naira, that country would be in a total mess by now. Even before Buhari left, we all know what happened towards the tail end of his care of his tenure. People are dying, people are keen at the bank, they cannot even withdraw their money. And I think the beauty of floating the currency is also that there is a lot of money that goes to Nigeria economy from the diaspora. It might be a pain, at least they also get a lot of money into the system, which is good for the country. So in conclusion, not to waste too much time, I think we should, when we want to see this thing, we should criticize objectively. Look at it very critically by yourself. What option does he have? Leave all of this thing, and then we don't have a country anymore. But take all this pain for right now, and we all support and be good citizens, and then we all witness our country to grow. I will rest it here, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Remy. Sorry, I have to rush you a bit. I actually
it's all right. It's all right.
I thought Joel would be the last one, but you came in, and of course, you know your audience, you know your fans. They want to hear from you always. So thank everyone. A short little session today. None of my co-hosts are available, and like I said, I have to drop somebody at the airport in a few hours. So let me bail out, only to reconvene with you tomorrow. You know the timing, so bookmark it. Bookmark Dups's session as well. So all your spare time, spend it on the wall. And by the way, you can always go back to the platform, even when we're not streaming, and just play the long list of the videos there as the backdrop to your day. Maybe it can even be your lullaby. I think that's what PROPEL does it We are talking old sleeping tablets. That's what we are now. Maybe we should be prescribed by the chemist. One man went tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.